back with a regular kind of live stream today, rather than that. And I did earlier, which was cool, you know. I'm glad to know I can do that. Figured that out. So, you know, if I ever want to live stream from the phone, but not actually, but also live stream from the computer, I can do that. Well, essentially, if I want to live stream from the phone, but be able to show split screen stuff, I can do that in practice and function. That's not actually what I'm doing, but I'm actually live streaming from the computer, from directly from Google Meet, and joining it with my phone. But the point is, it's good to know I can do that. I don't want to share my screen thing right now, but if I did, I could do that. I have I think more or less a cruising height here, cruising elevation. Although, obviously, there's cruising elevation and then there's cruising elevation. You know, so I feel like I'm over the disruptive come up part, more or less. I'm a little tired for some reason. I mean, for obvious reasons. But also comparatively well rested. And I thought, what a good opportunity to mushruminate about live streaming, live topics such as cats and dogs, plants and stones, sky and sea, all manner of things. Because that's what I do, that's what you do, that's what we do together. And let's not, of course, forget the beauty pageant winner sitting right here in all of her extreme glory.
Thanks.
We all together mushruminate on a variety of topics.
Admiring your buttocks.
Thanks.
Welcome.
It's actually not even flesh. It's sculpted out of stone.
Really?
Yeah. Hi there, Asylum fan page. How you doing? How are you and Steve Billings doing? Perhaps I'd be better served to ask that question. Anyway, I expect a milder mushroom trip tonight. Hopefully one where I'm engaging with the chat more regularly. It's weird how the mushrooms, I wasn't feeling very tired at all before I took the mushrooms. Now all of a sudden I'm feeling like tired. I may end up actually taking another Adderall. No, I wasn't planning on doing so today. Wait, this is the Gavin? Okay. What's this? This is also Gavin? This doesn't make any sense. Oh, right. I put something else in that Gavin bottle like a dumbass. That's what
Why would you do that?
I had to. I wanted to use that bottle for something. I don't even remember what, and it had like 3 pills left in it, so I poured them. I don't know what the fuck. It's not kidding.
It's fine. I just say shit.
I don't know why I do dumbass shit.
That can we put the gabapentin in the
Oh yeah,
medicine
sure.
closet?
Sure. Here you go. I'll just put you and put it wherever you want. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm so tired of having old man eyes.
What?
I want people to see everything right away. They're going like,
I know.
they're like,
Yeah.
oh, but what does it say? It's fucking super annoying. Hey, let me tell you something. When I was a newborn baby, I could see everything crystal clear.
Wow. I was wondering about your chiseled butt. That's what made me giggle.
Oh, like I said, it's actually chiseled out of marble.
Yeah, I know.
But it's so
What's it
it's so
like
hard
that?
for me. It's why it's like I built these muscles carrying that around, you know, carrying that much marble around.
Oh, you see your buttocks is very muscular.
No, it's neither muscle nor anything else.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
literally made out of stone.
It's cold then.
They a special technique of that welds stone to flesh to put it there.
Were you a newborn or then like?
No, I got this fairly recently, actually.
Recently?
Yeah, just a few years ago.
Oh,
I
really?
didn't tell you about it because I thought you might object.
What happened to how did it happen while I was around?
Well, I just said, remember that time I told you I have to go to a conference?
No.
Oh, well, I told you I had to go to my bird watching conference.
Oh,
And you're like,
yeah.
okay. Actually, I was getting my butt replaced with a marble butt.
Oh.
So that what's happened to my eyes won't happen to my butt. I did it for you, darling.
You did it for me,
Mhm.
huh? Well,
Yeah.
I hope you did it mostly for you.
Okay, let's just let this Adderall melt. You know, it's horrible tasting. It totally makes you go like Max Headroom style. You know how Max Headroom would be like, makes you go like that. Taste
I'm so sorry. I'm so I've been laughing inappropriately at things lately, and I'm sorry about that.
No. No
No,
reason for you to not laugh at something if you think it's funny.
sometimes because it's like a sad emotion or something that's upsetting, and I don't know what to do, so I laugh.
Have I gotten a colonoscopy yet? No.
I have to get my breast examined at some point.
Okay. Yeah, we need to do doctor stuff. You might need to get that kidney stone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fuck, that sounds,
yeah, these are all adult things that have been like stressing me out and putting off, right?
I'm sorry.
It's fine. Well, there's this thing is good or bad news. It's all subjective, and subjective means, and objective means right, subjective means wrong. Maybe you are, but I didn't do that. There are such things as good or bad music, but I can't win an argument about it. Like, I tell you that yeah is bad and yeah is good. And you say, no, it's the opposite. Neither of us can win the argument. That doesn't mean that one of us isn't right. I don't have a doctor like that, Spooky. Evolution isn't even a mechanism. What's your next type police session? Asking me like hard questions. It should be. I was gonna do it today, but
I mean,
I have the clips all loaded up and everything. I just gotta put on my outfit and do the recording part of it. But you asked for what, not when. I don't know what the name of the channel is. I don't believe race exists. That is something that future typology that some evolution person might say. Evolution is a mechanism for speciation. It's like, evolution is the name of something that should have a mechanism underneath it. Right now, I'm meowing because I just can't handle it. The taste of this arrow fucking tearing me to pieces. Honestly, it's better to melt them in your mouth because then your stomach acid doesn't destroy some of it. But oh god, they're fucking. The taste of them is just like, oh, chemical death. Kind of a good taste. You start to almost like it, but uh-uh. You believe? Yeah, sure. You do your thing, Rachel. Absolutely. Yeah. I got a guy out clipped out and ready to go. I don't, he just narrates over stuff. There's not any like pictures of his face or anything. But I forget what the channel is called. Well, thanks, future. Thanks for sharing your idiotic thoughts with us. Nothing we appreciate more. It's an interesting soup of drugs here. It's just your normal Adderall mushrooms, but I mean, when you pay attention to the SI of it, it's an interesting combination of things going on physically in your body. It's like the serotonin and the dopamine have just met, and it's just like instant chemistry. And they're saying, let's go on a date. Let's go explore everywhere we can. And they're making their way all the way down my legs and arms with their mysterious feelings. Future, you really know what you're talking about. I can tell. Hi, Too Cool. How you doing? Still too cool for school? These days, I feel like there's an abundance of MBTI content. Well, I was not talking about Love Who at all. I mean, the person is a perp. I forget what they're called. Uh, Winston's mom put a link to me. They got like 26,000 subs. They don't only do MBTI content, but it seems like they do a majority of it. Well, race is real, and so I was thinking, it's like spooky. I I literally could not distinguish between you saying that and future typology making fun of somebody saying that. um, no, race is not real. Cultural differences are real because they represent commonalities of experience. In other words, they're differences in collective particularist matters. But no, race is not real, though plenty of cultures predicate important matters on the idea that it is. Obviously, genetically, there's many more commonalities. I don't even want to go because why am I going over this? I could just read the cards out loud to you if you want. I'm not sure that would convince you either. But no. Race is real. So what's the criterion that you use to determine whether someone's the same race or not? Yeah, good question, Eric. You saying to yourself, good question. What is the criterion I use to tell whether somebody is the same race as me or not? Is it slantiness of eyes? That's a good criterion to use. Your eyes aren't slanty enough. You can't be the same race as me. Pennant races are fine. I expect the Athletics will be in one this very year. Because, yes, indeed, we came back. We defeated the Chicago White Sox today. 7-6. On an all-important extra innings sacrifice fly. How wonderful. Obviously, neither Rachel nor I expected nor enjoyed the A's getting throttled by the Chicago White Sox. Well, people use it. They're not one of the better teams in the league, let's just put it that way. And they were up. They had like a 4 or 5 run lead on us today. But we're a team of pluck, a team of resilience, a team of thunderous talent. Naturally, we came back. Which means not only did the A's do well, but my fantasy baseball teams also did pretty well. I'm winning on both of my teams this week. You know, it's funny, the 2 goal for school. I first read that as, does anyone here like poverty? I'm into poverty. Thanks for asking. Nobody ever asked me about that. Nobody ever asked, like, hey, who here is into poverty? You know? Well, I like it. I like poetry. Yeah, I like good poetry. Poetry, like comedy, If it's like the very best of it, it's fantastic. If it's anything else, it's life-suckingly horrible. Like, I got a poem for you. Poverty. What does it mean? P stands for poverty. We've all seen. O, oh my God, look how poor. V, very poor. Need I say some more? What comes after that was poverty? E, P-O-V-E. Every day I feel its great, horrible grasp. R, racism too. Grab me by my back. T, T again. They teaching me how to spell. And Y, poverty. You might as well just call it hell. That's my poem called Poverty. I think you'd agree. For a spoken word poem about poverty, it's pretty good. You got a cigarette? Sure. I don't want a beer. I don't want one of your real beers. I will have a non-alcoholic beer though, because I'm so done with this drinking coffee shit. You've had your time in the sun, coffee. Get out of here. Time for something different, something more manly. I mean, obviously, coffee also isn't what a little girls drink. It's not like tea. I'm not some sort of British person. But beer, now that's the man's drink. Well, the girls are off sipping their white wine. This is what we men drink. Hey, can I have a white wine, yeah? Get out of here, girl. Welcome to Mantown. Now we're going to go outside and we'll have a cigarette. And then we can all discuss, how impactful, helpful to social justice, or otherwise meaningful my poem Poverty was to them. Mrs. Strauss? All right, relax. You can call me Eric. I really loved your poem Poverty. I know. It was fantastic. I'm just wondering, do you yourself come from poverty? No, poor people couldn't write a poem that good. Are you kidding me? Fantastic stuff, I tell you. That is absolutely fantastic. What a fantastic joke that was. Had a lot of a lot of build up to get there. But what a fantastic joke. It's fantastic. Its whole construction is just, everything about it is fantastic. Once again, Mushrooms delivers a golden moment of truth for us all to enjoy. I think we can all remember the wonders of the skit regarding the caterpillar encountering woman, which is just fantastic. Also, maybe you remember less vividly the skit about people who self-identify as a certain level of famous. And, the one normal person in the room, I've never heard of you. Are you sure you're that famous? Looking up on her phone. Meanwhile, the moderator is scolding her for hate speech, for trying to be like, you did not perform at the Superdome ever. Well, now we have our first wonderful equivalent of today's mushroom trip. The mushroom trip I wasn't really sure was going to provide a lot of frivolity in general. Different kind of mood in eating mini mushrooms. But this idea of somebody who writes what do they call that horrible shit? Where you get it when you recite your poetry, but it kind of like has a rhythm to it. What do they call that shit? I don't know. Poetry slam. What's they call it? A guy who delivers poetry slam, poetry about poverty, and gets national acclaim because it's so good. And it's just this little girl going up. Could you tell us about the poverty that you endured? I'm not from poverty. You think poor people can write a good poem like that? Absolutely fantastic. I'm sorry, but that's absolutely fantastic. Do you all think poetry competitions are rigged? Who in their conceivable right mind would want to rig a poetry competition? People have to care about something before there's any chance of being rigged. Rigging a poetry competition. Oh, why would there even a poetry competition? I mean, I guess I get it. Way to get rid of some of the bad poetry. But if it's stand up and recite kind of poetry competitions, like poetry slam, I guess somebody might want to rig that. I mean, it's not like there's going to be a big prize awarded. And we got a $25 gift certificate to Starbucks for first place. Fuck yeah, I'm rigging this thing. No one's getting that gift card to Starbucks but me. I also think it should be a national expose in the big news outlets. Nearly every major poetry competition rigged. It was like, there's major poetry competitions. I live right next door to where this is occurring. I've never heard anybody even reciting any poetry at all. Some say the whole poetry industry has been taken over by the mob. They got to the footage of somebody reciting their poem and midway, stumbling and forgetting their words. Oh, yeah. And then returning. Sure enough, the mob-backed underdog won the competition. Yeah, I should probably unhide him, but I don't know. He particularly want to come back after my little tirade the other night. Regardless, um, thanks for bringing up something I feel at best mixed feelings about. Yeah, that's life. That's life in the real world. Most random times aren't for worrying about things like that, though. I spend plenty of my time already fretting about many things in life like that. Probably spend too much of my time fretting about such stuff. I'm sure I spend considerably more percentage of my time fretting about such stuff than most people. God, it's beautiful out. You know, I can't imagine the Garden of Eden having much on this. I mean, granted, it would have a lot more plants that produce fruit to make it easy for you to just walk around and eat everything you want by just picking fruit. But I don't know. If it didn't have this kind of nature as well, it was missing out. Regardless, I don't think Adam and Eve long term are going to be very happy in the Garden of Eden. Just walking around picking fruit all the time. I don't even think they had sex until after the apple was eaten. In which case, like, what are we even doing here? Just walking around eating fruit all the time. How are we going to advance humanity like that? And then one day, Adam woke up and was like, oh shit, we're not even hunter gatherers. We're just gatherers. It's like the very bottom of humanity's whole possible thing. Now we are just gatherers, and we're not even in the Stone Age. We don't even have stone tools. We are the lowest of the low. They said, Eve, we got to get out of here so we can make something of ourselves. This is ridiculous. Just being just living and dying as gatherers. Come on. We got to build a house. We got to exploit some people for our personal gain. We got a lot of stuff to do. What are we doing here? Just gathering. Gathering in the pre-Stone Ages. So eventually, Eve agreed with them after some convincing, and they made off for the land of Nod. There, he assured her, they would find the challenges needed to drive human advancement. Well, of course, my nose is running, which I hate. It's probably because I'm outside where it's cold. Go back inside. This is not going to be like this mushroom trip. I'm obviously not tripping particularly hard. I tripped on Tuesday. I tripped a bunch on Tuesday, so it's going to be much more hinged. Just to say less unhinged. eventually, Adam and Eve, just within their own generation, went from gatherers with not even Stone Age tools to stainless steel technology. And he, on his deathbed, he said to Eve, "See, I told you." And then he died. And that's the story of Adam and Eve. And the technological, that's how long it took from humans to get from nothing to stainless steel. Which is kind of cool, because the reason why stainless steel matters is because people don't like to eat with rusty forks. They're like, hey, this has got some mud or something on it. Oh, it's just rust. Is that even better? Almost wish it was mud now. I could wipe mud off. Yeah. That's the current leading theory on why Asian people use chopsticks. Because their forks kept rusting. Prior to stainless steel technology, who could blame them? Who could blame them? Boy, I guess I need more sleep. That's the only thing that'll do when you're actually tired. You might think to yourself, hey, Eric, I've got a good idea. Instead of getting more sleep, I just got a lot of sleep last night, so what more can my body ask, right? Instead of continuing to get more sleep and catch up, now I should be able to get good impact from the drugs. No, Eric, you still need to catch up on sleep. Mushrooms. Always cues in on what my body actually needs. Without the Adderall, I'd eat the mushrooms and go right to bed. But don't worry, everybody. I have taken the Adderall. And hey, I don't want to, but if push comes to shove, that's necessary. My body can go fuck itself. I'm not afraid to take another one. I'm in charge here, not some physical body. I'm sick of having a body. I mean, I like having a body, but I'm sick of being a biological organism. Now listen here, body. Like, let's start with this. No more of this nose running stuff. That's what biological organisms do. And that's the part that I have taken exception with. No more like, oh, you're not going to really have much fun on drugs unless you get more sleep first. No, I'm done with that stuff. So, biological organism, you can get out of here because I'm going to a disco party. I'm not going to a disco party yet because I forgot to do the thing that I was supposed to do first. But I'm going to a disco party in a second. I can assure you that, body. Well, enough of this can't see shit. Alright? I'm tired of it. I'm done with it. I want to get 2 monocles surgically attached to my eyeballs. Oh, God. Meanwhile, the moderator is scolding her for hate speech for trying to be like, you did not perform. Okay, stop. this, oh, like, this is super annoying. Every time it's set up so that it thinks you only listen to things on the good speakers. You never listen to things on the TV speakers. But it's the opposite for me. I listen to almost everything on the TV speakers and not on the good speakers. I don't listen to music on the good speakers. So now, when I turn up the volume on the TV speakers, it turns on the good speakers. God damn it. So I still have to walk up to the TV. You can't have them both at the same time because they're slightly off in time. And then you get this weird, like, meow, right? I'm going to a disco party. That's why I can't be around for all your sleeping stuff. And you body, get out of town. I'm going to a disco party. That's why I won't be around. I won't be around when you come to town and say, here, get some sleep and eat. And maybe have some water, you freak. I say, not me, cause why? I'm not a biological organism no more. No, I reject that instead. I've become too much more cool. So hopefully my body gets the message that I am done. I'm done with things that are not fun. I don't want all your boring. Get some rest now, son. Fuck that noise, I don't like it. I want to party tonight. It's Saturday and it's a disco party. I think we can all agree with that. Everybody agrees with me that we should go and have a disco party instead of doing this retarded stuff your body wants you to do, like sleep, eat, and drinking. I don't know, maybe take care of yourself, not do so many drugs, smoke so much, but instead, why don't we just have fun? Oh yeah. I'm not a biological organism no more, but how could I do this stuff that you see me do all the time in store or online? Either way you can purchase it, it's totally fine on tour or in line. No matter if you get your prepositions reversed this time. It'll be okay, everybody, if you just understand that I am not a biological organism no more. I've forsaken that for party time forevermore. I'm going to a disco party. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I won't be here for you with your after. Come for a resting after. Come for your eating something. Come for your drinking something. And that's the end of the disco party song, I guess. What a great song, and what a great job I did with it. I did an amazing job. Really, like, such an amazing job that anybody hearing me do that would say, wow, what an amazing job he did. Oh yeah, we've hit the ball, but more importantly, we accidentally ate some mushrooms. I'm assuming it was an accident. I wouldn't normally do something like that on purpose. Well, thanks, Nikki Pooh. It means a lot to me that somebody was here to hear me do it and say that. really like. It's good to listen to things through the good speakers, I guess. But I don't know. I don't like to listen to talking on the TV. I don't like it on the good speaker for some reason. It's like I don't need all that bottom end and stuff. I just want the talking part. Thanks, it's me, Shannon. You know, music's the best. Music's the most amazing thing in the world. There's absolutely nothing like it at all. You know, it's so much different than ordinary life. So only in music can you capture some moment of perfection in 2.5 minutes, and it'd be so right you could experience it over and over and over and over and over again. Never get tired of it. I mean, obviously, you can wear it out in the moment, but come back tomorrow, a few days later, listen to it, still just as amazing as the first time you listened to it. It's the exact opposite of a comedy, and no possible medium of narrative storytelling or visual medium could conceivably do that. It's the most miraculous thing in the world. There's only one person that could possibly understand it. He's passed on now, but R.I.P. WHOLOBESBABY question mark is what I'm saying tonight. WHOLOBESBABY. That's what I wanna know. Do you know why? Who loves you, baby? I too loves you. And me, of course. A long time ago, I got assigned a task to a man named Teddy Savalas. He said, ask the question that matters. And Teddy said to God, I think I know what you're talking about, but just to confirm, he said, who loves you, baby? And God said, yeah, that's the question. Obviously. And Teddy's like, WHOLOBESBABY question mark, who loves you, baby? It's me. WHOLOBESBABY question mark, I can tell you, you see, who loves you, baby? Amazing. What a wonderful thing that was. Let's see what other wonderful things there are in the world. Drumsoses? What is it? This was... Oh, this is this. This is the thing that's not good enough to do anything else with. But I still think it's pretty good. The bass is probably needs some EQing too, You can hear it on the good speakers. You got to turn into something on the bass because it's making the speakers be all shakes, and that's not what you're looking for, really. Anyway, get out of here, mediocrity. I don't even like you at all. I don't even know why I even saved you. Mediocrity. Get out of town. Nobody wants any of your mediocreness. Least of all me. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. There's so much stuff here. Oh my god, I've made so many things. It's insane. For the percentage of things that I made versus things I actually finish is like 99 to 1. Like 99 to 1. I titled them things such as Some New Thing, yeah. Is that a good title? Well, it's not a terrible title. What is it a better title than 21 June, Chin Deep in Poon? Is that more descriptive or less descriptive than Some New Thing, yeah? It's like it's just trumpets. 21 June, Chin Deep in Poon. I do periodically like going through my own random things and what is this? Like, if I were to just push play right now, I'm sure this would blow the speakers out of the water because it can't possibly be meant to be all three of those things at the same time. I don't think. There's another one here. Let's see what this sounds like. Oh, it is supposed to go on top of that. Okay, I was wrong. It is supposed to go on top of that. And that beat doesn't sound anything like the beat at the beginning. Okay. This is fine. This is fine, I guess. It's what it sounds like when it's 21 June and you're chin deep in poon, I guess. I remember that now, but I don't think anything ever came of it. Maybe something did. Who knows? Maybe it got to like level 2 of thing instead of just level 1 of thing. That's level 1 of thing. Yeah, piano loop breakup montage. I remember this. This is a good song for two people breaking up. Oh God, I'm looking at pictures of her. Putting it in a box, and putting it away in the closet, and then opening the windows and sighing. Oh, I miss her so much. Now we're gonna cut to the girl, right? She's at work. She's looking at her computer, and oh, there's a picture from our vacation. Delete that, throw it in the recycle bin. And then she's just, like actually working, etc. Until eventually she's like, okay, well, end of the day, time to go home. And now she'll open the door to her house and it's like, I'm home, but It's just as bad as it was at work. I still miss him so much. But you know what? Maybe tomorrow's a new day. Maybe. Oh, it's not. It's not any better. It's tomorrow now. See what I'm saying? That's your classic breakup song right there. It is crazy that the Athletics have that run differential. I've been thinking about that. But that is just purely on the fact that we have multiple losses where we lose like 15-0 or something, you know. If you exclude the outlier games, then our if you don't include the games where we lost, our run differential is fantastic. So anyway, I think we can all agree that if you were the director of a movie who wants to do a breakup montage, you should play that piano song in the background. It's perfect for that. All right. Let's let's pull some balls. Maybe let's smoke a cigarette first. Let's get accustomed to the idea that maybe, no, not that one. No, God. I've been actively avoiding logging into something. God. Not that one either. I've been actively avoiding logging into that account for years because sometimes if it's a raw account and if you've got like copyright things, as soon as you log in, it gives you this whole like, yeah, you're bad thing. It actually didn't do that, much to my surprise, but I've been avoiding logging into the account for years too, so I don't have to engage that reality. Because it wasn't, I mean, yes, I'm sure there were lots of copyright problems because it was auto-publishing Trump to legalize mushrooms. Is he? I mean, that's a good thing to do. Does it make him a hero? I don't know about that, but hopefully he does do that. I mean, it's no different than it is now for me, except I could choose to drive far and pay a tax to get mushrooms. What a wonderful new opportunity for me. What? I mean, I could get the same thing for more with less convenience? Amazing. Thanks, federal government. You know, IRS burger and all that. Great concept. The Simpsons did. Trump accelerates research on psychedelic treatments. Well, that's not the same thing as legalizing mushrooms. Regardless, even if the federal government made it so that mushrooms weren't controlled substance at the federal level, it wouldn't change any state laws about the matter. No, it's not, Putty Cat. You love to ask me tough questions. Yeah, I know. Sign me up for a test program too. In fact, never mind. I'm doing those tests on myself often more than once a week. Here come the mushroom yawns. One of everybody's least favorite SI phenomenons with mushrooms. I take mushroom colds any day over the mushroom yawns, but the mushroom yawns are not as bad as the mushroom sinus blow, where you just are gushing out of your nose, regardless of if you're yawning. With the mushroom yawns comes a little bit of mushrooms. Yes, we did enjoy today's game. No, we're not making steaks tonight. Rachel and I split some leftover spaghetti and meat sauce. And I'm full. I had a little bit more of the leftovers right there that I didn't finish. I'm full in part because I ate and I'm on Adderall. So that suppresses my appetite somewhat. Mushrooms also suppress my appetite. Although I'm not tripping very hard, obviously. If I were tripping hard enough, I wouldn't be looking at the chat at all. But I wasn't aiming for that today at all. Let's try this mushroom thing again with a little bit more discretion, perhaps. Where is it? Do we have no more paper towels at all? Oh, they're in here. I know what you're saying. Eric, don't use paper towels to blow your nose. You're going to get a chapped nose. Well, I'm using these paper towels optimistically, under the assumption that this will be the end of it. There's not going to be any more nose blowing or wiping to be happening here today. You know, if you don't expect the best of your body parts, well, why should they perform up to that level? Telly Savalas does feature Typology. That's Who Loves You. And me, of course. I also love you. Someone told me one time that in real life, apparently Telly Savalas was kind of a dick. Who would have expected that from somebody whose catchphrase was, "Who loves you, baby?" The thing is, the surprise answer was, "Not me, you stupid fuck." Everyone was always surprised by that answer. But there was no reason for them to expect any particular answer from the question. It's just like, why are you even asking me the question if that's your answer? Not me, you stupid fuck. I'm Telly Savalas, god damn it. You think an important person like me would love a nobody like you? I don't think so. Okay, well, nice to meet you, Telly Savalas. I bet it was for you. You dumb piece of shit. Wow, Telly Savalas. I had no idea you were such an asshole. That is just the tip of the iceberg, baby. Oh, my image of Telly Savalas is ruined now by the harsh reality of things. You know, I guess being America's foremost Greek American Lothario went to his head. Sex symbol. That's the word I was looking for. Sex symbol is a weird term of art. Like, I guess the idea is that he symbolizes sex or sexiness or something. But you can't really symbolize that, can you? I don't know. Right? It seemed to be too married to the particularist to be adequately symbolized by one person. Like Telly Savalas you may have been saying like, look, if let's say he was on the cover of a magazine, you'd be saying, look how sexy he is, but that's not really accurate to say that he symbolizes how sexiness is itself. So I'm gonna go ahead and object to the term sex symbol as inaccurate and to be replaced with sex exemplifier. It would be a better term, a more accurate term, and probably should never have been applied to Telly Savalas in the first place. Felt that yawn, huh? Well, I can tell you it was authentic from my heart. There was nothing phony about that yawn. Unlike Telly Savalas, apparently. We just had a sneak peek view, fly on the wall view of him actually engaging with somebody. It was horrible. You know, we all expect the answer when we hear the question, who loves you, baby, to be Telly Savalas. But that's our bad for expecting to know a certain answer. Question doesn't imply any kind of answer. The actual answer Telly Savalas gave people was, not you, you dumb fuck. Not me, you dumb fuck. And, you know, it's natural that people would say, well, why did you even ask me the question then? To which he'd say, well, why didn't you answer it? Did you think it was rhetorical or something? I asked you who loves you, baby. My parents, my wife. All right, good. Now that's an answer I can get behind. Unlike everybody just waiting for me to answer the question for them. I ask you a question, who loves you, baby? And then you stand there like, is it you, Telly? No, it's not me, you dumb fuck. You don't even know who loves you in life? Why would I, a random celebrity, love you, a person I don't even know? Oh, I guess I was reading more into the question than I should have. Yeah, you were. That's why you earned the insult I gave you. You're a dumb fuck. Have a shitty day. You're welcome, Telly Savalas. Wow, I met Telly Savalas today. Cool. No, it did not go well. Dear kind sir, no mushrooms for your wife? She doesn't like them. So that's fine. More for me. Plus, I don't have to concern myself with like, is Rachel having a good trip while I'm tripping? I have to concern myself whether I'm having a good trip. Even though the answer is pretty much always yes. Even when bad things are happening, it's still not doesn't qualify as a bad trip. It's just like bad things happening while I'm tripping. Mushrooms and Adderall together are like Secretariat. You cannot lose betting on that horse. But, in theory, eventually maybe he'll like get injured during a race and finish third. But by and large, you can just check it off as a sure thing. Secretary will win this race. He's better than the other horses. You put whatever other horses you want in there. Yeah, the analogy, of course, extending to it doesn't really matter what's going on. Mushrooms and Adderall are still gonna win the race. If something bad's going on, probably it's better to go through that on mushrooms and Adderall than not on anything, whatever it is. With a few rare exceptions. True, the combination can make me a little empathy disabled on some occasions, here and there, but by and large, that's always a problem for tomorrow, right? It doesn't impact my trip in the moment. Of course, this is not even really tripping what I'm doing right now. So much as tripping adjacent. I'm glad to be on the mushrooms. Better than not being on mushrooms, but yeah. I really need to give it a full week in between. This paper towel is like completely covered in snot now. I can't find any dry piece to use anymore. God, I hate my nose running. You know what? I think I'll take a couple of Benadryls. Even though that will contribute to the sleepiness. I should dry up my nose. I'm not really like super sleepy. I'm just yawning a lot. with the yawning. God.
What are you getting?
Benadryls. Getting Benadryls, too.
Oh.
I'm sorry, were you asleep?
No.
I assumed you were awake. My bad. She was asleep. I woke her up with my yelling about how I don't like yawning. While we're busy dealing with these horrible SI things, I might as well go to the bathroom. John being a biological organism, can you just get rid of that part?
Eric,
Yes, baby.
I was thinking of heating myself something after food. Would you like something?
Yes, baby. Okay. Excuse me, baby. Alright, where are those pills? Right here. I take these and hopefully I get put a handle on this ridiculous nose running. That is one of my least favorite things in all of human existence. There's nothing I hate more than having my fucking nose run. Like, look, just do your job, smell things, beat holes that I breathe through. That's it. Two or three cats died suddenly, huh? She was just taking a nap, She's drank a couple of those wheat drinks, so it's understandable. Feline distemper. Yeah. Okay, look this up. Someone told me about it. Fortunately, my cats both have regular tempers. And Troubles is a little bit on the tempery side, but Pio is very mild tempered.
Like right now, he's walking.
Oh yeah, I watched him chase her outside earlier, and I was like, Trouble! They were too far away from me, so he didn't feel intimidated to stop. And that horrible cat. He is such a horrible cat.
And you had a lot of cats.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, he's he's a real piece of work because, like, most of the time, I like to think that I dictate the relationship with the cat, but with Trouble, it doesn't work like that at all. Hmm. I'll take those Benadryls. Hopefully that'll put an end to this whole runny nose thing.
I hope so.
Because, no, I've explained this to my nose till I'm blue in the face. There's no reason for this nonsense. If you want to have snot up there somewhere, fine, but just keep it up there. I don't want it coming out on my face. Like, hey, I heard a good idea. Why don't we dump a bunch of snot on my face? That's not a good idea. You need to stop. It's the worst idea I could even possibly think of. I don't know what part of my body came up with this idea. Probably the same people who came up with the idea that it's a good idea to have autoplay music on the save screen.
So what will come up? It'll just go to a black screen.
No, I just won't play any music now.
Oh, okay.
It'll be the same except now it doesn't play music.
That's fine.
Yeah. I actually want some kind of like save screen because
Yeah, just in case.
you don't want to have like damage the TV for it being the same picture too long or something. The black screen would be fine too, but ideally, in a sane world, I just remember to turn the TV off. Oh, but the problem, of course, is not that, right? It's like the computer goes to sleep. I could turn up the amount of time it takes before the computer goes to sleep, but the thing is, I don't understand why a California woman who successfully registered her dog to vote as a way to expose election loopholes says the move backfired despite her repeated attempts to bring it to the attention of authorities. They always responded, "Stop trying to infringe that dog's right to vote." Well, you know, it's like Air Bud. Sometimes that dog shows that he's better than humans at doing it. A dog could not be much worse than most American voters at voting. That's for sure. If you say, you want this dog to vote or a random American voter, I'll take the dog. I'm sorry, I'll take the dog. Then what happened is that election officials realized that the dog was an illegal alien. And ICE came and they shot not just the dog, but the dog's owner and the rest of the dog owner's family. Yeah. Well, that's what that lady gets for sheltering, giving safe harbor to an illegal immigrant dog. You know, friends of the family expressed certain knowing suspicion. I always thought that dog spoke with a bit of an accent. I couldn't quite place where it was. I can say German, New Zealand, Mexico, but it was an odd accent. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but dogs in England bark differently than dogs in America. They have a different accent. It's like, bark, bark. it, Everybody's susceptible to picking up the habits of their culture around them, including dogs. It's also why British dogs prefer tea over coffee.
Mm.
All right. Well, I'm feeling pretty settled into my body at the moment. Like I'm no longer overwhelmed with yawns. I don't feel unreasonably sleepy. I don't have to pee. I'm not hungry. So, fantastic. All my biological organism stuff is giving me a break for a minute. I am so down with all that stuff. Just, no, I don't want to wipe my nose. No, I don't want to go pee again. No, I don't want to yawn more. No, I don't want to put on my glasses. So, listen, body, just enough with all that stuff.
Those are the facts.
I'm drawing a line in the sand. Okay? It's like, what am I? Some kind of filthy animal? Marking my territory, peeing all over the place? No.
No, you don't do that.
I am an artiste. I don't have time for these biological concerns. Okay. Obviously, and perhaps unfortunately, but perhaps it's for my own good, I suspect the Benadryl will make me a little bit sleepy. A decade ago, you and Taylor made a great video about intuitive males struggling in the dating world. Recently, the phenomenon of retard maxing has come to the zeitgeist. I've never heard of that. Retard maxing, huh? You mean maximizing how retarded you are? That seems that seems like a odd strategy for anything. Retard maxing. Be retarded with women, friends, and jobs. Oh, this thing. Yeah, actually, I have. I have seen this reference in fact, in the video that I'm type policing, there's this a picture of this as an example of ESTP. Retard maxing because thinking is gay. How absolutely fantastic. What a brilliant title. Retard maxing because thinking is gay. It's got to be the greatest title in history. I like it. I like the idea. So basically, the gist of it is you need to SE more, you intuitards. Well, you can tell us all you want. We're never going to learn. You can be as right as you want. We're never gonna learn. No, it's like doing maxing. You know, like stop thinking about shit, talking about shit, and just do it. Which is great advice, but it's not the sort of advice an intuitard like me will ever be able to meaningfully follow.
I don't want you to.
Yeah. Well, it is the case that while the intuitard sits over in this part of the bar, considering maybe going and talking to that girl and thinking about all the possible incarnations of that, like, well, maybe she's by herself because she's waiting for a guy to come. Or maybe blah, blah, blah. If I say this, what if she responds like this? Then I could say this. And meanwhile, some ESFP comes up and takes her by the hand and leads her off to the bathroom to give him a blowjob. That's that's called intuitardation in the dating room. Like, I know that when I was dating, especially before, like, say, the end of my second marriage, like, and even after that, but like before Kimberly, let's say, like before the end of Kimberly, my attitude was like, I never thought about it as women go start dating because they want to have sex. I just thought like, I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know what I was thinking. I was raised on too many Swords and Dragons books where the women are all like virtuous and you know will only give it up to somebody that they that earns it by marrying them and stuff like that. I don't know what I was thinking. I was just thinking. I guess that I don't know what I was thinking. I definitely wasn't thinking about like sex from a woman's perspective at all. I never really asked myself the question, well, why would they, what are they trying to do? You seem like this foreign species over there that you can speculate all day and have no idea what they want. Well, and still to this day, I still don't really know anything about women. On my third marriage, and I still don't know anything at all. On my third marriage, I have a child, and I'm still a virgin. Look, pretty cat, let's admit it. Nobody knows that. Nobody knows how women are, why they are that way, what they want, anything. Nobody knows anything at all about them. How could you? You can only observe them from great distance and wonder, what are they doing? What's going on over there? It's like the girls' locker room. You always wonder what's going on in there. You imagine some various things are going on in there. But you never actually get to find out. You just have to wonder. You walk by it, and you go, oh, if I were invisible, I would go look in there. And then I'd see all these scenes that I'm imagining of them being like, can you feel my boobs? Okay, cool. Now, do you think this is the right bra for them? You know, things like that that I imagined were surely going on. Not, I wasn't imagining that that's what was going on. I was imagining what I believed, I'm sure, were realistic things that would happen in a girl's locker room. You know, after they put on their bras, they'd have their friend, can you check my bra, please? And then they'd go like this to make sure it fit properly. Yeah, those kind of things. Normal things, Putty Cat, that people actually do. Not a bunch of girls making out in the locker room. It's not for that. You're just getting dressed and undressed for PE and stuff. So it's only natural that they're going to do normal things that girls need to do, not that kind of stuff.
I think you're really cute.
I think you're really cute too. Obviously, there was a little time for frivolity, I was sure, in the girls' locker room. It wasn't just all getting dressed and undressed for PE. I understood that there was some room for frivolity in there.
Did I just kiss you after a story of?
I'm just talking about how women are mysterious and not understandable. It's just like the girls' locker room when you're in high school and PE. You can wonder what goes on in there.
Yeah.
Imagine things going on, probably more or less likely to happen, but you never get to find out if you were right. Right. Well, I think when women in general in locker rooms, they need to assist each other in a lot of things more than men do. Is what I was speculating.
Do you need a locker room?
Absolutely not, because neither you nor I would go anywhere near a gym. I'm just talking about what I was thinking in high school originally. Not what I'm thinking about now.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
And in general, as part of a larger analogy to explain how, like the girls' locker room, women are fundamentally mysterious. You'll never be able to understand how they work. Like, I can understand, like, I can correctly describe certain things, but the mechanics of you, like, is impossible to understand. Not just you, but I'm saying in general, women are fundamentally not subject to parsing it out. Like, I can't, there's no way to figure out womanhood by explaining it.
Can you give me another kiss?
Of course, darling. You have to do an interface? Right. Well, yeah. that's you make a good point. I got an SE do, I got an FE interface. Like, because it's an absolute value, it's important that to me that I FI adequately, but I don't really. I'm completely at a loss as to what that even looks like. Yeah, trying to TE woman stuff, or me right there trying to scramble to be like, I got about that. I'm just saying blah blah blah, because I don't even know what I'm saying. It's certainly not any kind of critique. That is what I mean by you can't understand women in general. Like, you just, this is extra true for me because of my retardation about stuff. Like, all you can do is know that it's possible for me to make a mistake. And what I'm saying, it's very important that I don't. And that I'm not really sure at all how this works. I, like, you know, I, I'm not sure what the right thing to say is, the wrong thing. I'm not sure if there is such a thing, even in this instance or in any instance when something like that's going on. And I totally accept that this is my fault because this is my like deficit area. If to the extent that there's any fault to be attributed, you see how challenging just even talking about any of this stuff is so fucking difficult. All this F stuff that I don't know if I should just shut my fucking mouth, change the subject, talk about something else entirely. But this has been my whole life with women. I felt like you know, like I don't understand them in a good way. Like, not trying to say it's bad. I'm saying that it's not my area of expertise. I guess that's what the whole point of this whole thing was. That it's the opposite of my area of expertise. The topic of conversation started about how intuitards are bad with women. And here you see it in real life action. Sure, whatever you want, darling. You want to bake bread? Let's bake bread. I think last time's bread came out pretty darn good, even though we did it wrong. But we're gonna do it right tonight, and it's gonna be amazing. I can start that process right now. In fact, first I gotta do some cleaning up. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why I think the distinction between live streaming and real life is pretty arbitrary and pointless. For me, in my instance, like, this is more like vlogging than live streaming. But sometimes that's more true than others. I guess the difference would be that live streaming includes chat, right? I'm not really sure what the technical distinctions are. But the point is, regardless if I'm live streaming or not, it doesn't seem to me like I'm making art, right? Because making art is difficult and takes time and has a vision, a specific vision that I'm trying to execute and almost always failing to execute adequately. Or, in some instances, the vision itself is inadequate. Usually, if I actually have gone so far into an idea as to start trying to make it into something that I put up on YouTube, probably it is a good idea. But whether or not I can execute adequately to even convey that it's a good idea, or so woefully poorly that it might as well have been a terrible idea in the first place, well, who knows? That's what we put all that time and effort to find out. That's one of the horrible things about making art is, from my process, you don't know whether you've done a good job or not until, or whether it's even possible to do a good job until after you spend a bunch of time on it. It's like I really don't know what to think about uh, the impact of AI. It's so, as I was trying to say the other day in a live stream, it represents such a uh, category shift of things compared to like previous kinds of technological advancements, which might be seen as making, like making it easier, faster, more efficient for a person to do a meow. AI, it seems very different than that because it's not a person doing the meow at all. It's AI doing the meow for them. And of course, there's also, you could think of it in terms of degrees in between that, though, too. Like, did I really make the Tijuana song? I just used the autoplay on the Tijuana beat. I did pick the chords. It auto put in the bass and such. But I guess what you'd say is, yeah, you made it, Eric, but because you made it like that, you settled for that bass, those instruments, and you couldn't change the mix or anything. Well, like with music, I don't get the idea of somebody somehow making music that doesn't have begin with some kind of melodic ideas, right? Or actual musical ideas. Rather than say somebody saying, make me a song about birds. Like that does not seem like the same thing as what I was doing with the Tijuana. That's not work. I was using the autoplay, but I was saying, all right, I like this beat. Now let's hear what your default rhythm and sound is that goes with it. And I used the autoplay thing and I picked the chords that it did and change with the change. Seems very different. I mean, that's me engaging musically with an idea, right? Which, and of course, it didn't have the words or melody or anything right away. It just had the instrument parts. It wasn't until much later that I put down all the vocals because at first I think it was just I liked the music part of it the way it was, and I thought it sounded cool. And then you know it was sort of like way of demonstrating it was cool, and I sang that top part on top of it. That seems like a very different thing than make me a song about pinatas and sombreros, or make me a song with these lyrics. That doesn't seem to have anything to do with making music at all. you know. But the point is, I have trouble knowing what to think about the whole thing. Uh, like, as far as I can tell so far, I don't like AI music at all, and it's all terrible. I'm not sure if that's an area where it can get better and good enough to actually make good music or not, or if that's always going to require a legitimate human element. I don't know. What I do know is that, like, I have to spend so much time, so many listens to get the mix right and get everything just right in this most recent track. Took many, many hours into it. And this is a track that actually uh, finished and published earlier, but I did a bad job of it. I knew right away. I should have taken it down right away. It just was not good. But I also thought it had a core good idea to it that needed that I wanted to express. Or when I came across it much later, that idea again, I thought, okay, this is ridiculous. I want to do something with this. I like it. It's funky. And accordingly, I then put a bunch of time into it. Now, keep in mind that this is not including the bunch of time I put into the first finished track that was not good, because I was building off of basic tracks from that time too. So, like, I didn't really record anything new at all this time except for vocals. I just re-recorded the vocals. I didn't. Yeah, I didn't record anything else instrumentally. And despite that, it took me, I don't even know how many hours, addition to the first chunk, which included all the actual recording of the instruments and stuff. Well, I finally get it mixed properly and mastered properly to my satisfaction. I think it sounds good. But I also think that it's like AI has no problem with that aspect of things at all. Mixing and mastering things is not a challenge for AI at all. It doesn't need to spend any time at all doing it because however it does things, it starts off with them all at the right levels to begin with. I don't even know. I have no concept of how AI music making makes music, what its process is, but uh, so I think, well, you know, normally it would be a, you know, don't be a luddite fighting against the addition of this new tool that can help you. Except AI music doesn't work like that at all. It's not intended to say be a work side companion in like an audio app where you can tell it. Okay, what do you think the optimal mix here would be? Or this bass has. I looked at the spectrum on this bass track, and it's like these huge peaks. This is something that happened in this recent project. You got these huge peaks at 1600 and 1500 for some reason. I can hear it on the good speakers, like, oh, what the hell's going on there? And I would love to tell AI, fix this for me, please, without making it sound bad. Because I spent so much time EQing, trying to EQ that thing away. And, you know, ideally, you have the minimum amount of EQ attempts as possible because EQ is an effect. Well, that Nicky Poo, that drinking and regret go hand in hand, my friend. So the point I'm making is AI is not a tool I can adapt that would just help me do my work better at all. It's an alternative to actually doing work. It's not even that. It's like I don't even know what to think about it, right? I do not know what to think about it. That's what I'm saying, like how I it defies any kind of certitude in terms of my response because it's so unprecedented a thing and what it actually will end up being capable of is uncertain. It's not like something else where there's clearly kind of a linear growth of improvement that's almost guaranteed, like is the case with, say, chat. Because in that case, you know, in those cases you can do it more or less well until gradually you get up to as good or better than humans could possibly be, right? But with music, it's different because because there's no like there's no getting better. Because being good is not a just more of being bad, right? Like it, you can't get there gradually in the sense that like if I undertake to be able to do this very complicated math problem, well, I can get there sequentially and will get there if I learn this, then this, and this, and this, and this. I'll get better and better and better, and eventually I'll be able to do that math thing. Obviously, my intelligence is going to have something to do with it. There's probably a minimum intelligence necessary for anybody to do that, maybe. But the point is, it's the kind of thing that you attain by by having compiled the prerequisites to it, right? Whereas with music, it does not matter. All that stuff does not matter at all. Like you have plenty of examples of bands who captured lightning in a bottle because it's there's only inspired genius and created muck. So AI cannot possibly be trained on only things that are inspired genius because uh, there's no quality for it to grab hold of, right? Like there's no commonality for it to learn from that can that it then can compile something some equivalence to it. The reason a genius song is genius is because it's inspired. If it's training on just a bunch of different songs, random songs, well, it's gonna, you know, 99.999% of songs are garbage. So it's going to learn how to make garbage, cleaner garbage. I don't know. I don't think if instead of training on actual stuff, it were to train itself on to be responsive to feedback, actual human feedback, like makes a bunch of songs, sees which ones are better in terms of the response to them. It might be able to somehow latch onto the idea of, you know, an original, catchy hook. I don't know. It seems impossible. Seems impossible. But just because I can't conceptualize of how it would be done doesn't mean it is impossible. And it's very conceivable that it could find some way there that's totally counterintuitive, that's not what I'm conceiving of possible within the range of possibilities at all. I think that the Ranger game is very instructive about assumptions, okay? So I was like, wow, the Ranger game at Arlington, where the Rangers are playing the Athletics, starts at 6:40 here. What time must it be there? I guess they're only an hour ahead. Must be 7:40. That's kind of a late start time. Boy, they're 2 hours ahead. They're starting the baseball games at 8:40 in Arlington? It's almost 9 o'clock. Wow, I mean, I guess that's what they're doing there. And then, this, me assuming that they're starting the games at 8:40 p.m. in Arlington was predicated on an assumption that was wrong. And it took me like 2 full games to realize this. They weren't in Arlington. They were in Sacramento. So that's why the game started at 6:40. Oh yeah, I play a lot of instruments. I play the piano. I play the guitar. I play the bass. I could play a tambourine. Whatever you throw at me, I'll make a stab at it. I don't know how to play it at all. For example, you could give me a trombone, I would still try to make some noises with it. I never played a trombone before. I have no reason to think I'd be good at playing the trombone, but I can guarantee you that I would try to play the trombone. I would try to play the trombone because that's what Mama made me for. Mama didn't make me for no ditch digger. Mama didn't make me for no rocket science. That's good. That's a good way to start a song right there. That's a good lyric. Mama didn't make me for no ditch digger. Mama didn't make me for no rocket science. I like the fact that the first one is, the right words for a person. Second one is a different kind of thing, right? All right, style. What's a good style for this kind of song? Country style would be fine. No, not the voice, the style. That seems like a fine enough beat, I suppose. Let's see what the other choices in country are. After 100 is fine. Country swing, country 2/4. That's a little aggressive. Bluegrass I don't mind. Mama didn't make no digits, dude. There's a little bluegrassy though. Country pop is a little more neutral. You can do different things with it, I suppose. Let's see what the sounds like. Okay, I think the tempo is too slow. Unstable standard song. Alright, good. That's fine. You don't need no more faster than that. That is fine. We don't need no more faster than what? We don't need no more faster than that. Because what? I don't know what you're asking, but we don't need no more faster than that. Whoever asked you if we needed any more faster than that? Nobody ever asked me. I was just telling you it's a matter of fact. We don't need no more faster than that. That's fast enough. We don't need no more faster than that. it's fast enough. Well, you say so, but I have my doubts, for sure, because now I'm wondering if maybe it could have been a little faster than that. But listen here, I'm telling you no. You don't need no more faster than that. You want what? You want everybody to run in some kind of track. No, we don't need no more faster than that. Not today, and that is a fact. Not tomorrow neither, I don't care what you say. No matter what, every day, only one thing remains the same, and that is, I think you know its name. It is, we don't need no more faster than that. We don't need no more faster than that. It's fast enough, don't you get it? Won't you please just cut out the crap? I will not cut it out at all. And don't you dare call it crap, because I am indeed telling you we need it more faster than that. Well, that's a great song. We don't need no more faster than that. I had an idea going in for some lyrics, but forget those lyrics. We don't need no more faster than that. It's just perfect lyrics. Can I play some guitar? Yeah, I could play guitar. It would probably be good if me and try to figure out how to play that song on the guitar. We don't need no more faster than that. Those kind of songs are hilarious to me. Alright, Nose, you need to stop your running because I even took Benadryl. So you have no excuses anymore. Just fucking stop it already. Oh, you want to play guitar with me? Well, then I'd have to play some. Well, gee, nobody disputed that you were a sourpuss. All right? We can all agree on that. If anybody wants to bring a big wet blanket to the party, be sure to invite G. Because G does want it to be more faster than that. And he's not satisfied with me having a happy time. I need to be instrumentally deft. Well, I got this to tell you about that. Listen to this solo. How you like that then? I like that so much, Eric, because I'm stupid about music. Here's some instrumental mediocrity for you. My name is G and I'm stupid about music. My name is G and I am so dumb. My name is G and what I like isn't any good, it's more like gum. What do you think about that, G? How do you like that song? A little bit. How about a little musical fuck you, huh? to play a song I know or that I've already written before. I want to instead have fun a lot, and that's not productive or worth not, but it is what I always feel like doing. You know, what's the point of anything music? But I like to say, oh well, you gotta either, you either want to play music with people because it's a good social experience, or you want to make art. Or in my case, I either want to fuck around and have fun, or I want to make art. And those things are very different things. Like nobody I know besides Dave Porter and Jarrett that has a better relationship with music in terms of their personal relationship with it than Jarrett. He gets 1,000 points of joy out of every note of music he plays, good or bad. And, I kind of envy that of him. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought they'd be chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plan would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. And now his mind's back on his business, thinking of changing fact list to this list, so how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he dropped time in the underview. Too much to rebut, so where now and what? Too much time spent nitpicking this skew with you. Now Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for arranging a business, thinking now what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to call that name. And Gerald has a thought. That was not too bad a rendition of that overall. I don't know how to play on this guitar. It's a little bit more of a challenge for my fingers than the electric, but I don't feel I need to plug it in to get the right volume. So that's why I've chosen this guitar in this instance. You know what I want to play? I want to play 100 million, what's it called? Enemy Ground. Here I Am is the one who suggested the obvious title for that song. After I wasn't sure what to call it. I was just calling it 100,000 million years ago. I haven't played that in a long time. I'm gonna have to look at the chords and stuff. Thanks. Appreciate that, Rachel and Nikki Pooh. Appreciate your willingness to listen and positive regard. Google Docs. Where's Google Docs? There you are, Google Docs. Hiding away like some kind of coquettish schoolboy. That probably came out a little odd sounding. Okay. We're looking for there it is. Alright, so I'm gonna make this a little bit zoom a little bit smaller so the whole thing fits on one page. It's fine like that. Okay. There we go. I haven't played this song in a long time. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place the slabs below and let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. A holy slabs come into view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. Oh, in the slope up is in charge today. Options at large show other ways. Take a chance now. Once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. What a tricky song. Wow, I like this song a lot. I'm not in love with the lyrics. But you know, I'm never gonna be, what's that guy's name? Something Murphy. Mr. Murphy. I'm not going to ever be his Murphy. Because that's good lyrics for you Murphy. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. A holy slabs come into view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. Oh, in the slope up here in charge today. Options at large show other ways. Take a chance now. Once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. That is tricky. Because it's tricky because it's got an E flat involved in there. So I have to look at my guitar more frequently because E flat's not a chord that's normally in everything, you know. But in other words, it's also moving all around the fretboard. If it were all like down here, I wouldn't really have to look at the guitar. But I also have to look at the stuff on the screen because I definitely don't have this song close to memorized. Although I think at one point I did. It's kind of crazy. I was thinking about this when I was playing when I was playing Gerald. That wow, what a complicated song, and here I somehow have it all memorized. This one good. Edge of breakup overdrive want here. I don't even know what that means. I haven't the slightest idea what that could possibly mean. I don't think anybody could have the slightest idea of what that could possibly mean. But I do know that I've got a treat for you, G, because I know how much you love it. Oh, well, he's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, and it will be a while till he sees you again. He's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's international delight, favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him and also busy like his friend the beaver bee. Busiest creature, busy as a bee and busy as a beaver, and so much busier than Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba doo ba 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 doo da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba doo ba day. He's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba doo ba da ba ba doo da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba doo ba day. And if you go to visit him for starts, remember to bring something sour or tart. He's not a fan of sugary treats because he's pucker tart and not pucker sweet. Well, he's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, and it will be a while till you see him again. Pucker tart. I don't know what that tells about you as a person. If you do not like that song, think that you hate it or whatever, like saying it's like Mo saying, "I can't stand the sound of children laughing. It cuts through me like a rusty knife." How anybody does not like that song? Well, it speaks of a deep pit of rancid rot in their soul. Vampires recoil when faced with this song as though it were sunlight. Yeah, so for anybody who might be here uninitiated, you does not like that Pucker Dark Lemon Squeeze song. So if I'm feeling inclined to play music in here, I'll sometimes toss my bone and give up what I think we can all agree was a pristine, excellent rendition of that song. Okay, pristine maybe going a little far, but nevertheless, excellent. Certainly passes quality standard specs. Let me get this thing out of the back. Okay. Big yawns for little Eric. Okay. Well, missing one thing I definitely cannot proceed without. I'm going to go to smoke a cigarette. And that is a cigarette. I'm going to say this has been a wonderful, mild-mannered mushroom trip. I kind of thought this was going to happen. You know, and in fact, it has been a pleasant, mild trip. Intimate company here, not a ton of people in the stream. And I guess proof of concept that it's safe for me to live stream mushroom trips. Alright, I went into this one with some extra mindfulness because things got a little off the rails last time. So I'm very much pleased to see this mild around here on all accounts this time. Where did pain come from? I don't know. Maybe it came from when you stubbed your toe or some equivalent event. Could be emotions. You said pan instead of day. I gotta either get my glasses on or go inside. I can't read this shit. You're just gonna have to wait till I go inside. Oh, I have my glasses. Aha! Amazing. This girl I watched, I saw her last year. She was wearing super tight, high cut off Daisy Dukes and a sleeveless shirt and posing a lot. Now she found God and changed her name. Yeah, well, yeah, sounds like NI fourth. Feeling better now, but spent most of my day laying down with abdominal pain. I see. You spent most of your day lying down rather than most of your pan. You still have all of your pan left. You didn't actually need to spend any of that. Well, I'm sorry about your pain. Must be bad for you to be feeling it with SI polar. You can see, yeah, I can see again now, or I can see again now for the first time without stopping. Just to be extra, add extra things that we don't need. I wish, thanks, beautiful. I wish that I could remember this example. There's this hilarious example that somebody gave of their kid, some English person, their kid who slept upstairs from them using like yeah, how you're not supposed to end a sentence with a preposition. She like ended it with like 4 or 5 prepositions in a row. That it was clear what she meant, but it was just an insane and absurd example of this. I wish I could remember what it was specifically. I could probably find it if I Google it. I know it had to do with both upstairs, downstairs being in the preposition frame, but it also had to do with like a story, so it had like reading through something. I don't remember the exact specifics. But the point is, it's fine if you want to occasionally end a sentence with a preposition. And I'm not going to call you on it. Probably not even going to notice. I just transpose it in my head, maybe even when I read it out loud. Everyone, somebody like that. The person was toxic until she found God. Well, I mean, it's a very low NI, front stack NI thing you're describing. Like, wanting to be a porn star and then finding God. You know, this whole like totalizing of a given idea and having that be the answer when it's inappropriately executed intuition. It's very fourth flood NI. Probably ESFP, possibly ESTP. Could be ISTP, I suppose, or ISFP. I mean, sounds more like a problem relationship with NI than third slot, but could be wrong. People romanticize intuition, but I think NI front stack people have it harder than SI front stack people in general. Because, unfortunately, by and large, knowing the world via intuition is probably less reliable than knowing the world via experience. And also, trying to know the world by intuition is fundamentally unnatural for a biological subject, right? Like, like both Rachel and I are unnatural anomalies from what makes sense for a biological subject. Like, how does it make sense to have sensory stuff fourth and eighth slot and just be? How does it make sense for any as an adaptive example of an individual of the species for them to be SE polar, for example? How is that conceivably like a reasonable alternative way of being? It's just from a biological perspective, it makes absolutely no sense. Can you cover Corky Bootcheck? I don't know who Corky Bootcheck is. When I hear the name Corky, I think of that show with that Down syndrome kid. I'm Corky. Are you going to the prom with me? Yes, Corky. Oh my gosh, it's so sweet. The little retarded boy asked me to the prom. Like, oh dear Lord, who could conceivably want to watch that show? I do, like ESFJs, I guess. ESFJs want to watch that. Oh my gosh, isn't that so sweet? The little retarded boy is going to the prom. I just clicked on this. Can someone tell me what is going on? I can tell you what's going on. A lot of things. Everything you imagined might be going on, plus some other stuff, and also some stuff that you imagined was going on is not going on. So hopefully that at least gives you an overview. But more specifically, at the moment, we're talking about that show that featured the retarded kid named Corky. I don't remember what the show was called. I was just commenting on what kind of person one must be to want to watch that show. It's like all the storylines are going to be like, he's retarded, but he can overcome it and be like a real person. What a terrible concept for a show. Oh, right. Forgot about that, Rachel. I totally forgot about it. You want pancakes instead? I'll make either one right now. Bread's going to be a while till it's done. Pancakes will be quick. Thank you for reminding me. So you just let me know what you prefer, and I'll start that as soon as I'm done petting the cat. Eat your food, poor little kitty. Oh, I always want to eat if you're standing right here. Because I'm a weird control freak. It's okay, kitty. We love you anyway. Even though you're terrible. In every conceivable way. It's up to you. Here's my guess of what's going on with you. You're thinking, I'd rather have bread, but pancakes are now. That's a tough call. And it is the case. Well, I could do both. No, it is the case that I'm not going to do both because they both require that bowl. I could do bread after conceivably, but I'm not making any promises right now. I'm getting the pan ready because I think you want pancakes, is what I'm thinking. Which would I choose? I'm not the one who's hungry, Rachel. So, like, if somebody asked me, what should I make right now, Eric, bread or pancakes, I'd say, well, bread because I'm not hungry at all right now. I might be hungry later, I guess. But this is not me making it for us. This is me making stuff for you. So it's totally up to you what you want. I'm getting the pan ready because I think I know what the answer is. Because you're hungry now. You're not hungry minimum 2 hours and 10 minutes from now. Probably a little longer than that, realistically. About 2 hours and 15 minutes from now. That's how it goes from concept to loaf with bread. Dude. Yeah, that's about right. And that's not even really allowing any time for the making process. So maybe 2 hours and 20 minutes. 2 hours and 20 minutes from concept to loaf. That's what baking bread takes. But pancakes, I would say, in concept, finished product, assuming we're actually all clean around here to begin with. Like, yesterday Eric said, oh, I need to put them on. I'm not blaming yesterday, Eric. Yesterday Eric was having a bad day. Your excuse yesterday, Eric. This time, but don't make a habit of it. You want bread? Okay, cool. Well, that's great. I cleaned this pan. I had to clean it no matter what. Now I'm not going to dirty it. just got to show you the wrongness of SI, right? Like, to me, it's conscious SI, hungriness now would always take precedent. Her, she knows what she wants to eat. So, that's what's taking precedent. Alright, let's do this shit. Not that difficult. And not that time consuming. Just get, and I already have the mixer here because I failed to put it away last time. Good job last time, Eric, for not putting this away. Maybe just leave this here permanently because it'll make bread so much these days. Get out two of these things. These are good cups to use for this purpose. These big kind of like soupy mugs. These work well for this particular purpose. All right. Turn on the hot water on the stove. I got a little bit of a pro tip from listening on. Maybe the water I'm using is a bit too hot. I got, well, sort of scalding is fine, but maybe I like it a little less toasty. But we're gonna give that a shot this time. Let it be a little less toasty. And that's probably fine. It's pretty toasty, but not too toasty. Okay. We're gonna put this. Oh god! It's very important to have precise measurements. You can't like spill out some of them and be like, "Oh, that's fine." Okay, now we've got exactly the right amount of water. Alright, we've got the water right here. Next, we get out this. This will allow us to measure things. Now, we open up this jar and we pour in 1 tablespoon. I'll do a heaping tablespoon because why not? Alright. Now we've got the yeast in there. Something also said that just no need to put those back, I'm going to do this again shortly. Also put just a pinch, sprinkling pinch of sugar will make the yeast happier. We do have sugar here, so I might as well give that a shot. I'm not going to put enough sugar to like mess with my diet or anything, just a little teeny pinch. Like this much. And then I'll stir it around. To get all the it freaking startled me. Stop startling me, phone. That's not cool. Yeast is one of those annoyingly sticky things. Like, you cannot get it off of anything. No matter what you have it on, it's stuck to it forever. Get off. You know what? Fuck you. Oh, God. And that, you know what? Forget it. I'm tired of trying to get you to not be so sticky. It's like I want to push these bits down that are up on the side, but I know this is a fool's errand. a little bit better. Go down there. All of you yeasts go down there. Okay. That's fine. That's about as good as you could hope for the result to be. Alright, now we'll get 5/8 of a cup of water, which is 1/2 of a cup of water, then 1/2 of a quarter cup. So I'll bring this cup over here. I'll put the quarter cup of water in. And then I'll get the, the 1/2 cup of water. Then I'll get the quarter cup. Oh, big hair. Yeah. Okay. I'll get the, there's a hair in here. God damn it. Right, throw this out. God damn it. Alright. Start again. 1/2 cup of water. Then 1/2 of a quarter cup of water. This, it's hard to tell exactly, but this is a little bit too little. You look at it like against the light, it's kind of see-through, so you can kind of tell. I don't have an 1/8 of a cup measuring cup, so I just have to do that. Okay, now we're going to get 1 tablespoon of butter. This is butter. 1 tablespoon is 1 line on the thing, but I can easily eyeball it at this point. That's about the right amount. This is about a tablespoon of butter. Goes in this one. Don't put it in the wrong cup, Eric. Then it would have been big. Oh God, oh no. I'll just start everything all over again. Nope, you don't have to start everything all over again. Because you put it in the right cup. So now you see I've got 2 cups. One full of happy yeast doing its bloom. The other full of slightly melting butter. Now we're going to go to the dry part. We get out the 1 cup size cup. That's this one right here. And we're going to get 2 level cups. Not heaping. Just flat. You just do this inside the bag and save yourself a lot of mess. There. So this is 1 cup. It's not heaping or anything. Goes right into that. And we're going to get a second cup. I'm going to make that flat also. That's good. And maybe it has a speck more than 2 cups. That's fine. Because that's where you are supposed to have your variability in this. Because it says 2 1/4 cups of flour. Means if it's a little too wet, add a little more flour, that kind of thing. So now we need is it 1/4 teaspoon or 1/2 teaspoon? It's 1/2 teaspoon of salt. Put that in here. I'm not worried if we go a little bit too much on the salt. It's fine. Put that in there. Now, I think we're supposed to let that bloom for 15 minutes total. I don't think it's been quite 15 minutes, so we're just gonna walk away, go have a cigarette, come back, and then we'll do this. Maybe it's 10 minutes. I want to just try to be as much by the book as possible because, like, it seems like with baking, even if you do everything as close to by the book as possible, it might come out wrong, and then you're trying to figure out, well, what deviation did I do that made it go bad? So, I don't, at this time, I'm just going to put Eric away and his expert intuition. What if we try this? Just try to follow the recipe exactly as possible. So, accordingly, I will walk outside, smoke a cigarette, come back inside, and do the next steps. And this is partially the result of me having come to terms with the fact that I don't know the mechanics of baking enough to even begin to try to play around because I have no idea what like for example, why is it let rice for an hour and a half? Why is it not more or less than that? I mean, I get that less would be not as risen, so that's plenty of reason why not less than that. But why not more than that? If 90 minutes of rising is good, would not 100 minutes of rising be better? Why? And if not, why not? Well, I do not understand the mechanics of baking at all. And accordingly, I'm never going to get anywhere with my random trial and error stuff because it's not predicated on knowledge about the system at all. One might say, have you considered Googling it? Listen, Mr. Googler, sometimes that's not how I operate. Okay? Yes, I realize the pointlessness of my trial and erroriness because of my lack of understanding the mechanics of the system. That doesn't mean I want to actually learn the mechanics of the system. Different things. I've decided I'll just follow the recipe as closely as I can and hope for the best. How about that? I'm not trying to invent a new kind of math here. I'm just trying to bake a loaf of bread that comes out good. And the thing is, I know from experience, like what it's like when it's optimal. And I can continually have fallen short of that. So I'm aiming to get to optimal bread today. Not like last time where, wow, this came out good, even though I fucked it up. Not like that. But actually optimal. The best possible it could be is what I'm going for. I've been going for this the whole time, but that's why they have that expression: work smarter, not harder / more. Gelt says, I'm fine with both kinds of pain, but it's the dull aching pains that really get to me. I don't have high tolerance to that particular variety of pain. I think I mistyped myself's NE back before I was medicated because I've experienced racing thoughts and rapid ideation most of my life. And I attributed that kind of to racing tangential cognition to NE. Hi, Winston's mom. I've applied your advice regarding the yeast. Made the water a little bit less hot this time, and I put just a pinch of sugar in there. And we'll see if this yeast is, I guess, better nurtured to thrive than the last yeast. It seems like it already. I mean, it seems like it's really blooming up. So thank you for the tips. Regardless, I'm here smoking a cigarette because I want to make sure I let the yeast bloom long enough before I put it in and continue the process. It seems like everything with baking, it's like you need to let it bloom for this long and not less and not more. you know, of interface processes versus the other kind of action. Like baking is you deliberate out ahead of time exactly how you're going to do it, then execute that thing. There's no adjusting part way to make it more like this or that way or the other thing. There's no being responsive to changing conditions in the moment by tasting and saying, you know what, I think it's like last night I did with this pasta sauce. It's like, oh, it needs something to cut the acid. I'm gonna put some half and half in here. No doing that with baking. Baking is like the deliberated kind of action, and cooking is like the interface kind of action, the knowing kind of action. Interestingly, by and large, I kind of prefer the interface approach to making food over the deliberative approach. I'm not a huge fan of like precisely following recipes or anything. I just put various things that I think go together in a pan and home cook it to whatever level of hopefully above mediocrity I can get. Oh yeah, he didn't even not publish it. We didn't even record it. Which is kind of when that does happen, it's kind of pleasant for me. It's just like, okay, it's kind of like even if I do a bad job, no record of it. I guess that's how I feel. It's not making me more likely to do a bad job. I'm just aware that on any given typing session might prove to be one of those where I have a lot of trouble, or might be one of those where I do a bad job and later go like, oh God, I shouldn't have done that. That's not the case with Gail's typing session at all. I think I did a great job then. It was, in fact, quite rewarding typing because of the way that I didn't have a good intuitive grasp at all of what typing was. And then at the end, I talked through the test results to myself, saying, okay, well, he's got to be, his SI results place it SI 6, 7, or 8 for sure. Couldn't possibly be any place else. So that leaves those requisite possibilities. But he's also not any polar. So that eliminates SI6, which means he's SI7 or 8. However, if he were SI8, he'd either be an INTJ or an INFJ. And he's not TE polar, and his T's aren't effective enough to be INTJ. So, ergo, he must be an ENFJ. That's how it should work, right? Like, it doesn't involve any intuition at all. It just involves you processing what the actual results are against the actual standards established by plenty of other typing sessions, and you process of elimination your way to the right answer. That's how typing should be done. It's not the case that we have enough robustness in the test that you can do that in every instance. But when, in fact, like you don't need, it's proof positive that you don't even need to be sure what the polar is by simply saying negative tests on these other things can give you all the information you need to deductively or by process of elimination result in what's indisputably and necessarily the right answer. That's how it should be. That's how everybody should type, because if you're not typing in that way, then it's like that process is one of, here are the test results, here are things that they necessarily eliminate, and then you do the mechanical process of figuring out what's left, etc. If you're not doing it that way, then it's not replicable by anybody else. And the thing is, y'all, it didn't matter at all how your like affect appeared or something, if that's what you're worried about, because that kind of thing will never have any impact on a typing session if it's done properly, you know. I guess if somebody were to type me properly and I was on mushrooms enough, they would, and let's say there were such a test that were precise enough to say, this qualifies as ignoring an eye. I probably wouldn't, and for the peak of a big mushroom trip, I probably wouldn't test as NI ignoring, because my normal tendency to know things that have been deliberated rather than to know things with my intuition seems to sometimes be overridden when I'm tripping adequately. I mean, part of what tripping hard represents is removing me from my ongoing experience. Like, that's why I don't check the chat and stuff. Obviously, I like things that do something with 4 and 8, right? Like, Adderall helps it does legitimately change my relationship with SE in the sense that it does enable me to get a lot of more stuff done. And sometimes I like mushrooms and Adderall together because that's the opposite kind of thing with S, right? It's like saying absolutely zero S stuff will occur while I'm doing this. And I'll be totally fine with it. In fact, better than fine. I'll be like, finally, drugs that help me live as though the world were as it should be, namely caring only about what I'm saying and not requiring any practicalities. Finally, the world is as it should be. But it only stays that way for like 5 hours. It doesn't matter because I'm not testing like that. I'm not measuring response time and saying, well, this is consistent with meow slot. Instead, I'd be looking for, something less precise than that, like either 1, 2, or 7, or something else. So, like, all your TI answers did for me was Didn't matter whether they were faster or slower than they were. They were not 7, and you were not 1, 2. So that allowed me to eliminate things accordingly. Now, I think in your instance, the TI answers were somewhat informative about whether they could possibly be 6 slot as well. I think your combination of your TE answers and your TI answers said to me, okay, F above T. Your TE answers were extremely representative, although I didn't probably interpret them like this at the time, where they're extremely representative of super unconscious TE, but nevertheless plenty capable to the job, you know. All right, making bread. Totally forgot about it. It's fine. It's not too long. It's okay, everybody. Let's just all take a chill pill for a second. Gonna be just fine. We're gonna dump all of this yeast in, and we're gonna pour this liquid into here so that we get some more of the yeast out. So let's pour this out. There we go. We still don't have all the yeast out at all. And I've yet to figure out a good way to do this, but I guess probably this thing is probably the best choice. Getting all the yeast out. I will say that pouring the yeast first and then pouring the other liquid into this cup, then pouring that in, that was a good idea I had. And that was a while back. I've done it every time that way since. But that was a good improvement on the status quo. But since then, I'm not sure if I had any technological advancements like that to help. The problem of how to get all the yeast out of or off of anything remains largely unsolved. Well, we just do the best we can and leave it at that. Alright, now we need this thing. This goes onto here, and then you gotta twist it so it stays on, like that. Good. Then you gotta lift this up and turn this on a little bit, and it'll start spinning around. And just let that go. Now it's like, how exactly long? Well, it said 10 to 15, I think the 10 to 12 maybe minutes by hand. How much equivalent is that with one of those? I don't know. I've just been kind of letting it go so it seems like it's about the right amount. Like, does the dough look like it should look in my opinion? But what do I know? I'm no baking scientist. I'm just a regular guy like everybody else, struggling with incomplete knowledge and inadequate skills. And even worse than most people, I'm also struggling with a runny nose. Which if you know me, you know I hate just about more than anything else. If you've been around a mushroom tree or two, you may have heard Eric have a stern conversation with his nose before, explaining the nature of things, the matter of its responsibility, what it shall and shall not do. And if indeed you are a veteran of such experiences, you know that my nose invariably does not listen. far as I can tell, any change of its behavior is incidental to my words rather than responsive. Obviously, a proper world, that is to say, a universe where things are as they should be, involves everything being responsive to my correct words. Be they person, animal, nose, or whatever. But does the universe want to be like it's supposed to be? No. It's all like, your words don't do anything. You know what then? Fuck off, universe. You can just go fuck off. My words don't do anything. How about this? How about nuclear fusion doesn't do anything? How about that? You and your rules about what does stuff. Well, I got an idea. How about meteors don't do anything? Well, no, they do stuff that fly through the sky and land on Earth. The big explosion. Shut up with your meteors. No correct universe allows meteors to do stuff, but have my words not do stuff. Meteors, they just rocks. Why should they get to do stuff? They don't even want to do stuff. Because obviously they're just rocks. So let me ask you then this question. What should have more impact? A meteor or my words? The answer is my words. And the reason is because, unlike a meteor, I'm not just a rock. I've got a lot more going on than a rock. Oh, but look, I'm flying through outer space. I don't even care, meteor. Get out of here. With your crashing on the ground and your explosions and your fiery streak through the night sky. Get out of here. I've had enough of you and your impactful ways. All the energy released by meteors, that should all be the amount of energy caused by my words. That's how much. And if you are not quick with the math, I can assure you that's a lot. This seems about right. I'm going to say yes, this is about right. So we're going to just kind of smush it into a ball. And we're going to put it in here. And then, we're not going to do saran wrap. We'll do saran wrap. It's really kind of important that you not let air get on it during this part. Because then the part that gets air on it gets like this kind of scaly, crusty quality to it that even when you go to push it back down, it doesn't blend in with the other parts very well. So you got to stop air from getting on it. And the best way to do that is a little something I like to call saran wrap. So I definitely have learned from making some mistakes with bread. Like not caring about this, letting air get on it and realizing there's definitely a reason to not let air get on it. Okay. That should be fine. Now, additionally, obviously, you want it to rise in a warm spot. But historically, maybe put it on top of the oven and then like turn the oven on a little bit to make it warmer. I think I'm gonna put it over here though. That's a pretty warm spot. That light is an old light bulb that actually generates heat, so that's probably a good place for it. I can go back there. All right. Well, I wouldn't call the kitchen cleaned up, but it's better than when I started making bread. Like, at least got the pan cleaned up. I knew I was gonna be a pain in the ass because it got cooked on red sauce. That's one of the problems with Italian food, right? Pasta sauce, red sauce, tomato-based stuff. It is really hard to clean. It gets like deeply embedded in things. For some reason, I don't know why it would be that tomato like is so deeply embedded in things in a way that other food doesn't. But it's like, dear God, will I ever get all of the red out? Like, even just washing these things near this cup, I also, it's got red on it. Look at the fucking brush, it's all red. Oh, tomatoes, you taste so delicious in the sauce, but then you get your revenge. By getting all over everything and making everything red. These ones over here, once I get something purified of redness, let me put it over here. As you can see, it's not just the dishes that gets all red. It's the whole sink. So, time for you to get a little bit of a cleaning, Mr. Sink. I forgot to put on a timer for the red. That's fine, I remembered soon enough. Hour and a half is how long it's supposed to rise. Well, I put it for like hour and 25 minutes, 28 minutes or something. And you can see, even after I scrub it, still all red. I mean, I agree it's not red, it's more kind of like a dull sunflower color. But the point is not what color it is, but the fact that fuck you, Italy. Cereal. Do you guys not have sinks or something? Is that why you invented this food? What a mess you leave. I guess I could just like go deal with my Italian food dishes with a hose outside or something. Ridiculous. Like, what other food can you think of that even after you scrubbed it with Comet, or in this case, Ajar, it still isn't clean? Ridiculous. Listen, tomato sauce. I think you know what words I have for you. I think you know what I'm about to tell you. You need to get out of here with your making everything red all the time. Or yellow, or whatever color you want to call it. It's still not, I still haven't gotten it all off. I'm just tired of playing by its game, you know? I'm like, no, tomato sauce. I'm the boss, not you. That's 1 hour. 1 hour and 10. So that's 26 minutes. 27. Call that. Hour and 26 or 27 minutes. So, I think for the moment I've had enough of struggling with your residue tomato sauce. These things could go, some of them could go in the dishwasher. This big pot I need to wash. Let's take a break here. You've done enough cleaning for right now. You can come back later and finish that. Oh, the TV went to sleep. But guess what didn't happen? What didn't happen was any stupid autoplay music. So it's not a big deal. I just turn it back on. Oh, well, you know how it goes. The TV goes to sleep sometimes. Not anything to make note of. Not the catalyst for a big tantrum about what idiot fucking ordered this change. Nothing of the sort. Instead, I just have to turn the computer back on, and then I use this handy dandy remote control here. I don't know if you guys have heard of this technology. They've recently become kind of widespread. But as of yesterday or something, I no longer have to get up to change the TV input. I just have to put on my glasses and figure out which thing it is. Obviously, this remote control is tiny. There's no conceivable way I could read anything on it without my glasses. You don't say tomato, you pronounce it tomato? Really? I never heard anybody actually pronounce it like that. Do you have any tomatoes? I mean, it's a perfectly acceptable way to say it. Seems kind of natural when you say it, but I never heard anybody say that. Kind of like again. Do come again. I never heard anybody actually say that. Do come again with your tomatoes. Do you also say again, Mrs. Mom? That would make sense. Those would go together. Well, the A's won a thriller today. I'm glad to report. Things were looking a little grim early in the game. We fell behind. Obviously, our ace was on the mound, Severino, who's, reliable to give up 5 or fewer runs through 5 innings, more or less. Anyway, they gave up 5 today. I was just like, well, at least with this team, I have faith that we might be able to come back. And in fact, we did come back, not only to tie it, and to tie it again at 6, but, or maybe we never were tied at 5, but regardless, take it extra innings and then win in the bottom of the 12th, I think it was, could have been the 11th, on a sacrifice fly. A game-winning RBI sacrifice fly. Never has an out been so happy. It's one of the cool things about baseball, right? Somebody just flied out, but they're running on this field of celebration because that out won the game. Baseball's so great. I love baseball so much. It's definitely, well, I mean, obviously, I can't. I'm not evaluating baseball as a whole here exactly. Although I do like baseball as a whole. I think what they're doing in terms of engaging with social media creators is absolutely the blueprint for any major sports thing. They're extremely not copyrighty. They want people to use clips of games and make content and stuff about it, which I think is fantastic. But what I love about baseball so much cannot be divorced from my love of the Athletics. What a great team to be a fan of. And what a great fan experience this has been since we moved here. You know, at the beginning, we became fans of literally the worst team in Major League Baseball. We went to a game in Oakland, which was literally their lowest attendance ever. It was like 2,000 people there. We had the best seats in the Oakland Coliseum. I was like, oh, I guess now I see why these seats were so cheap. The Monday night or something. I'm sure we lost. It was back then we were a pretty woeful team. But you know what? There were some of the key people already in place who would comprise this great, exciting team, playoff team for sure. That before the year, I was saying this in kind of a hopeful way. I think we're gonna. I was saying we're gonna make the playoffs, but it was kind of hopeful. I actually feel quite confident we are gonna make the playoffs now, and it's a good team. It's such an exciting team to watch. They're so happy together as a team, and it's such a positive, in general, vibe. You just want to be around it. Anyway, baseball's amazing. It's a crazy engaging sport, and it's engaging in ways that other sports just are not that kind of engaging. Because baseball, they play so many games, and it's unique. Like it's a unique way of having defensively. Everybody has a very clearly defined role that they have to execute well enough, or else they commit an error. But there's not really any points to be scored, right? There's just points to be lost. And then the same defensive players also have to play offense. And the way they play offense is each gets a turn to try to hit the ball, and to get on base or whatever. And so people typically understand all the players through their role as batters foremost, because in that regard, all the players are doing the same thing. But on defense, all the players are doing different things. And then there's the pitcher, which is a totally different like piece of the equation. Well, Mrs. Mom, I can tell you, they've successfully implemented rule changes to shorten games and to great effect. The thing is, baseball games never needed to be shorter. They needed to have less time wasting. So it used to be that, like, some player like Derek Jeter, they made their whole career on managing the pacing of things, like never allowing the pitcher to get into a comfortable rhythm by constantly stepping out of the batter's box, taking off all their clothes, then putting them all back on. Ridiculous shit like that. And with the pitch clock, Major League Baseball all of a sudden got rid of shit tons of unnecessary time wasting stuff, and it became vastly more enjoyable to watch. I would say that my resurgence as a baseball fan coincides in time with the arrival of the pitch clock. So they may have some kind of causal linkage, even I'm not sure. Regardless, it improved games dramatically. I also love what they're doing with the ABS, with the hybrid system. We've got a person back there calling balls and strikes, but each team has two challenges if they think a call's wrong. If they win, they keep the challenge. If not, they lose the challenge. It's got to be done like right away. It's cool. It's better than just having ABS. It's fun. Thanks, Winston's mom. I really do think that the need exists. I've heard them talk about it on the broadcast even, and that is the solution. And it would be if like everybody who goes to A's games could hear that and go like, if there was some kind of a vote, like, should we use this cheer? Everybody would be like, yeah, totally. That does solve the problem that exists. But somehow that I know that's not going to happen. Because, sometimes that's how shit goes in life. You're all like, nah, everything's all like, nah. Just kind of what happens. Oh, you want to be like that, huh? Oh, it's one of those things, is it? Um, this is one problem I have with the new remote control reality. Like, I guess I have the volume all the way down. I'm guessing. Kitty, no, no, get away. Absolutely not. Just forget about it. It's not happening. Already pet you a bunch of times today. And you can seriously just fuck off. No, I just told you no. Forget it. You're not coming up here again. Go away. Fucking cats. They're a real pain in the ass, let me tell you. This is a real pain in the ass too. I'm kind of like, in this instance, I turn up the volume because I want to listen to music, so I'm leaving this thing on, but I'm gonna have to unplug the good speaker so it doesn't do this. So I can adjust the volume with the remote control, because it's assuming that I'm always using the good speakers and never using the TV speakers. But actually, I'm almost always using the TV speakers.
There ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. No, there ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version
Right now,
of
I'm using the good speakers.
Nothing funky about your version of God. Get your butt out the garden, go reside in the land of Nod.
I'm glad this is done.
Cause there ain't nothing funky about your version of God.
Sounds so good.
There ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. No,
maybe I should
two-bit version of God.
EQ that
Funky about your
bridge part
version
of
of God. Get your butt out the garden, go reside in the land of Nod. Nod, Nod. 'Cause there ain't nothing funky about your version of God. God, God.
Well, I mean, it sounds fantastic. I'm just gonna be honest here. It sounds pretty fucking fantastic. What's super annoying is that I cannot change the volume on the good speakers without also changing the volume on the TV speakers. So I'm gonna have to old school get up and do that. That's fine. Not the end of the world. Just want to hear this a little bit louder.
There ain't nothing funky about your two-bit version of
So that
God.
I can confirm what I believe I already know.
No, there ain't nothing funky about your two-bit version of God. Nothing funky about your version of God. Get your butt out the garden, go reside in the land of Nod. Nod, Nod. 'Cause there ain't nothing funky about your version of God. God, God.
Right there, maybe? Needs a bit of EQing or turn down, maybe? Right
There
there.
ain't nothing funky about your two-bit version of God.
That'd be pretty nitpicky, though.
No, there ain't nothing funky about your two-bit version of God. Nothing funky about your version of God. Get your butt out the garden, go reside in the land of Nod. Nod, Nod. 'Cause there ain't nothing funky about your version of God.
Yeah, except for that, there's a couple of spots during the, I don't even know what to call it, the different part, the chorus, the middle part, whatever you want to call it. They have a bit of an EQ issue, I think. Let's see if I can pinpoint that a little bit better as to where those moments are exactly. Right like here. That's one of the spots. Let's see what the spectrum analysis shows us. Huh. I don't know what to make of that. Is it too much high end? I think just this part. What's the spectrum analysis say on that? Same thing. Well, shit. I don't know what to do about this. Well, that's interesting. I guess flatten it out up here. A little lower just for good measure. that hell though? Not exactly the same. I don't know what to make of that. This fucking bass in this part, I tell you. It's been a real prickly pear. Could you just turn it down a little bit, I guess. That's 0.5. That helps a little bit. Yeah, that helps a little bit.
There ain't nothing funky
I
about
guess it's fine. I guess it's fine. I think I'm just being weird about not really anything because yeah, it's a little ringy in this bass end and the speakers there for reasons I cannot figure out. But it's fine. It's not too much and it's fine.
There ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. No, there ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. Nothing funky about your version of God. Get your butt out the garden, go reside in the land of Nod.
The bass in the middle part's not going to sound as good as this because it's a different bass I was using. Who knows how I put this fucking thing together, you know? But the two bass parts are not the same bass sound. And so I've done various things to
There ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God.
I was done with this.
No, there ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. Nothing funky about your version of God.
Get your butt out the garden, go reside in the land of Nod. God damn it. God damn that fucking second bass line is giving me so much trouble and continues to give me trouble. As you can see right here, right now, this is the very definition of it giving me trouble. Piece of shit second bass. Stupid old Eric who did that. Why did you not use the same bass for both parts? Who would do such a dumb thing like that? For fuck's sake. I guess I'm gonna have to make it down again, remaster for the billionth fucking time. God. How many of those times have to do the same fucking horrible, not working properly bass? Alright, well, I'm gonna do number one, simple thing. I'm going to turn this down. Turn it down from 13 to 15. Next, I'm going to find those problem spots in the soloing of it and deal with them accordingly. That's those ones? Okay. That's surprising. It doesn't look like it would be those ones. Let me just meow that down even a little bit more. Just turn those down a bit. Turn these down a bit. You horrible, horrible bass line. I mean, bass part. That one's late too. What the hell's going on with that? Come on, Eric. Get your act together. What are you doing here? What do you think we're doing here? Whistling Dixie? What is that even supposed to line up with? Sounds late, but is it really late? Yeah, it is. It's totally late. Could be like that. Still a little bit late. Oh. Well, you know, it's always an endless succession of various things, and then you solo a track and you see it in all of its ugly warts. All right, that's close enough. And fuck you, previous Eric, for not dealing with this already. I guess, see the spectrum here. Plot the spectrum. Okay, well, that looks fine. That totally looks fine. Nothing to be unhappy about there. Got it turned down, and yeah, it should be fine. That's pretty low in the mix there. This has got to be fine. Okay, we're gonna export this as ain't nothing. That's fine. Just save it as ain't nothing zafty. And we're gonna just open that up now. Another window. It's on the desktop. Ain't nothing zafty. Alright, well, hopefully this will be the last fucking time I do this. I'll limit it to 1.5. I don't even need to listen to it. I already know what the first few steps of this are. A million times I've done them. Alright. Now, we're going, well, let me just plot the spectrum. I don't want to use any EQ here. Thank you very much. All right, fine. Same. I got you. I understand. There's somehow no way to get around these peaks at the mix level. Same places they always are. Okay. Go back. What was that one called? I think I had named it something. Like, I think I said, you know what? Fine. Flatten it. Just do it manually. This. And then 1500. So 1. Maybe 2. All right, that should be fine. Now, compress it. Well, actually, now limit it again, then compress it a little bit. Not too much. Then we're going to limit it again and optimize it. That should be all that needs to be done here. Should be is the optimal word.
There ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. No, there ain't nothing funky about your two-bit
Don't worry,
version of
any
God.
surprise.
Nothing funky about your version of God. Get your butt out the garden, go reside in the land of Nod. Nod, Nod, Nod. 'Cause there ain't nothing funky about your version of God. God, God. There ain't nothing
All right.
funky about your two-bit version of God.
We got there with that horrible bass.
No, there ain't nothing funky about your two-bit version of God. Nothing funky about your version of God. Get your butt out the garden, go reside in the land of Nod. Nod, Nod. 'Cause there ain't nothing funky
So I
about
think it's done.
your version of God.
But I thought that before. I thought the last one was done. But then I heard that problem with that bass in there. Now I say this is done. Am I correct? Well, I wasn't correct last time. I think I'm correct this time. I think so. I'm just like so ready to be done with this. Where is this other option? Let me just compare this back to back, the beginning part of this. Actually, not the beginning part, like here, let's say.
No, there ain't nothing funky about.
Okay, so that's that one. And this is this one.
No, there ain't nothing funky about your two-bit version of God. Nothing funky about your
It
version.
doesn't sound any substantially different, does it?
No, there ain't nothing funky about your two-bit version of God.
This one's a little more
Funky about
compressed.
your version of God. Get your butt out the garden, go reside in the land of Nod. Nod.
I could always, if I like that master better, I could just chop out the middle part that's the problem and replace it. I don't think it really sounds any different. It should.
In the land of Nod. Nod.
They both underwent the same processes,
'Cause there ain't nothing funky about.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we will simply save this one, as I believe we already did. Good. And we can just, hopefully, listen to it again, like in the morning or something. And then at that point, hopefully, it'll be still done as it is now. That will not have changed, hopefully, between now and tomorrow morning. Well, Trump obviously had no business going to war with Iran on any conceivable level. One of them being that you cannot predict the impacts of such a thing. You don't get to know ahead of time whether your force will actually force what you want it to force. That's why you shouldn't have an idiot in charge of the country. So, thank you for bringing my attention to that horrible reality. No right-thinking American was like, oh, good. The military is attacking Iran. Not a single right-thinking American in the country said that. Any and everybody with a grain of sense to them said, what the fuck are you doing? Trump will go down as decent good? And in what in what what conceivable metric? Like whatever a measuring stick is that scores decent good overall for Trump is got to be the worst measuring stick in history. You'd have to be comparing him against, I don't know, Joseph Stalin. Like, he's pretty good. Compared to Joseph Stalin, he's pretty good. Well, um, there's plenty to critique about Israel's policies. And there's also something very worth critiquing about the following. Just as people should not confuse Israel for Jewish people or Judaism, so and accordingly should not think that when they're talking about Israel's policy, they're actually talking about Jews, you know. So that's certainly bad. It's also the case, from Israel's perspective, that when people critique your fucking stupid policy, that does not make them anti-Semitic. It is also the case that there are anti-Semitic people like G who also critique your policies and who aren't bright enough, don't want to um, draw the appropriate distinctions. But you know, obviously it's unfortunate when people who are ill-intentioned give critiques of what legitimately should be critiqued, because then Israel, you can focus on people like G and the way they are is the problem, rather than actually paying attention to the critique that is legitimate. So, you know, idiots in every direction around this issue. It's like, hey, you're looking for an idiot? Start in Israel and go one step in any direction. You will find an idiot of one persuasion or another. You were right. This was truly rich hunting ground. I started talking about Israel, and all I had to do was take one step in any direction, and I was thronged by idiots. Mm-hmm. It is, in fact, the best way to ensure you find a high concentration of idiots. Currently, that changes over time. But that's the current, I guess, locus of idiocy magnet that we have. I would actually say that like people are less idiotic about Trump at this point. You don't really hear very many Trump supporters at all. It's all just like Trump tolerators. Or people like Puttycat who, when you offer a critique of Trump, he says, well, Kamala Harris, blah, 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 blah. You know. Like, oh, for God's sakes. Can we please not, maybe for one time, at last, long last? At long last, sir, have you no shame? Meanwhile, the secretary recently announced the big plans are moving forward, right, for the Trump arc of triumph. This fucking guy. This fucking guy. I tell you. You know what's funny is the way like evil goes right hand in hand with complete fucking idiots. Like apparently Prince Andrew, like his friends and stuff, would make fun of what an idiot he was all the time. And Trump could not be dumber. I remember I used to say Trump's an idiot, and people would give me some pushback like, no, he's so successful though, how could he be an idiot? Mistaking, efficacy for intelligence. I just don't even get any of that anymore. It's just kind of like, yeah, he does have Down syndrome. I mean, I did not know how to explain that guy. It, I get that he's an ESFP and thus is inherently difficult for me to understand or explain. But most ESFPs aren't like that. Talk about what, how, I cannot conceive of what it would be like to be him and be the way he is. I just, it's, he, nobody in history I can think of has better just completely defied any kind of explanation or understanding than Donald Trump. This guy, he totally like, I got an idea. What if I use bravado and failure to work my way all the way to the presidency? That's Donald Trump in a nutshell. What I've learned in my life is that with enough bravado, a little something like continuous failure should never stop you. After all, other people pay the cost of that. So, that's what they're for. This is what I'm for. I'm Donald Trump. Yeah. Not only am I very stable genius, I got a bit Prada. Okay, Donald Trump. And then he actually goes and does it. Can you imagine such a thing? This is the power of the ESFP, the power of stupidity. That's what we're talking about. The power of stupidity. If you have literally zero objective self-criticism, like any capacity to hold yourself accountable for anything, for any reason, you're just entirely in your subjective frame that this is consistent with what I want, ergo it is good. I don't even know where I was going with that. This fucking guy is just, it's enough to make you, the whole thing, everything right now, certainly makes you think, okay, maybe we are in a simulation or something like this. Somebody's got to step back out from behind the tree at some point and go, hey, we got you. Thanks for playing on simulate a crazy life game show, and then you wake up and you're in your normal world where things aren't crazy. I don't know. It's crazy. Everything be crazy. From Donald Trump getting elected to 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 him getting elected a second time. Both of the times he's running against like the worst candidates in American history, and then he starts implementing this Gestapo shit with ICE. Like, what in the world are you doing? How could you possibly care so much and think it's so important to get rid of these brown people? I do not understand what could possibly be motivating this. It's like there's it, whatever arguments there may be for getting rid of illegal aliens on grounds of simply they entered the country illegally. Um, Trump's not a legitimacy guy, regardless. So, what does he think the negative impacts are of having all these people here? There aren't any negative impacts. He's just making it up in his head. If anything, there are plenty of positive impacts. At worst, it's like a wash. So, what could he possibly be thinking? How does he? How how can he imagine that America is better when he's sending off these Gestapo squads to just arbitrarily execute people? Like, what the fuck is he thinking? Who fucking knows, you know? And, I've decided to, start a war with Iran. Well, shouldn't you, I don't know, get Congress to declare war on Iran then? Nah, that's for squares. That, I think we can all agree, is for squares. That's why, occasionally, when I'm talking about the war we're waging on Iran, I like to refer to it as, or not refer to it as a war. Sometimes I just say, this thing we're doing over there. You know, that thing where our army keeps bombing people and stuff, whatever that's called. It doesn't matter what it's called. The point is, whether or not I'm waging a war on Iran, and whether or not maybe Congress should declare war, these technicalities are things that doers can't be concerned with. And the only reason you're not with me on this is because you're jealous of my ability to do things. And or you hate America, maybe. You hate America, you love Iran, you're an illegal immigrant, or possibly president of Venezuela. Those are the only reasons anybody would say, don't do this, Donald Trump, you know. And accordingly, I am doing it. Well, what do you mean it's not going well? No, it'll be over soon. It's going great. What are you talking about? No, I get it. Not every war has its little hiccups here and there. Maybe for some, their hiccup is called Waterloo. For ours, maybe our hiccup's being called the Strait of Hormuz. The point is, if you have the hiccups, drink a sip of brandy and they'll go away. Same thing here. Now, don't worry. I've already indicated to them that if they don't do what I'm saying, that we very well might wipe their civilization off the planet. So they should at some point get the message here that they better or else. Regardless, I'm done talking about it. War's not for talkers. I don't need to explain myself to you. I'm busy being president. Yeah. I think we can all agree that we don't like Iran, okay? And we shouldn't like them because they're bad. Ergo, it's fine for us to go try to make them better by getting rid of these bad people who are, controlling the regular people with their badness. So, obviously, I don't even know why I've explained this much of this whole thing to you. It seems obvious to me, it should be obvious to you. Iran bad. Let's bomb the shell. Okay? What? The press wants another update today? I just gave one yesterday or the day before, didn't I? I'm sorry, Mr. President. They want to talk to you again about it. All right. What wasn't I clear about last time? Yes, we're doing that thing in Iran, okay? And it's going great. Everyone's having a wonderful time. And it's going to be over very soon. Iran agrees in principle now that they will do what we say one imagines. So that's all I have to say, tell you. I don't know what, ask me questions like, well, why is this Strait of Hormuz this way or that way? Look, that's all sensitive information I can't share with you. You don't worry about that. Look, gas prices have nothing to do with this. You know, when gas prices were really high, under Biden, and when Hillary Clinton was president. She wasn't president? Are you sure? Well, she sure acted like she was. Isn't she a horrible woman? Wait, but my question was about gas prices? Well, maybe if you don't know who to blame for gas prices, maybe you should go talk to Hillary Clinton. But, I mean, how gas prices have gone up since the war in Iran? If what you mean is there's a temporary thing happening that's going great and it'll be over soon, then you're right. I took a lesson from my buddy Putin over there, and I noted with my not paying very good attention that Putin is obviously killing it there in Ukraine. And it's going exactly the way he imagined it would, just as Iran is going exactly the way I imagined it would. Maybe better. Those pesky Iranians with their, we didn't like you when you bomb us. We're our own country. We want to do what we want. Fuck you, Iran. Just where the hell do you get off with your own country? Look, you may be your own country. It doesn't mean you can have these religious nuts in charge. Okay? And the way to moderate people's religious fanaticism, obviously, is to bomb them. I can't think of any possible unintended consequences of this. Therefore, there aren't any. Donald Trump. Is he thinking those things at all? Who knows what he's thinking? Probably thinking, Those eggs Benedict this morning were fantastic. Wonder what I'm gonna have for lunch. What's that? Hello? Yeah, okay, go ahead. More bombs. Well, you decide where to drop them. You're the military guy. I'm busy. Who knows what he does? Who knows what his day's like in the Oval Office? Well, let's see. I got up at breakfast. I tweeted something like, you know, I read something in the news today that said this Democrat's in big trouble. Here you go, tweet. Freaking California again, am I right? These libtards will never learn. Excellent leadership skills, sir. We all appreciate your unifying ways. Well, now that that's done, let's turn my attention to the business of the day. How's my giant arch coming along? You know, it spells Trump on it, and it explains to everybody by its magnificence how triumphant I am. How's that coming along? Oh, it's coming along. Good, good. Let's see what's going on here next. Oh yeah, Iran. How's that going? Ah, great then. I'm taking it. Yeah. All right. Enough said. It's going fantastic. Next order of business. What's my wife's name again? Miliana, sir. Just send her some flowers. Tell her I appreciate what an understanding lady she is, you know. Well, with me being all busy being president and everything. Will do, sir. Okay, 11 a.m. Arch meeting. Who's coming to this meeting? Well, it's the engineers, the architects, code compliance people. Code compliance? What I asked for? Permission? I don't think so. Tell them we're building it however the fuck I say, and that's how it is. Yes, sir. Here's some CIA is here with some apparently very urgent news. Okay, well, so maybe we can squeeze in at like 4:30 after the meeting. After also we have our afternoon lunch. Maybe I'll talk to them then. We'll see. Ask them if they read the tweet I sent out this morning. Yes, sir, President Trump. Personal Secretary June, come in here. Take a letter. Dear Congress, you say declare war, I say declare war. Fuck off, Donald Trump. Send it to him. Send it right down to Congress. Give it to every single person in Congress. Let them know that I tell them to fuck off. Yes, sir. About time somebody showed people how it's done around here. Where's my new portrait of me that I had made? Because I don't see it up yet. Take down all these Democrat presidents. Why are their pictures even in the White House? Fucking liberals, get them out of here. Just throw all their pictures in the trash. And for the conservative ones, let's just put their picture still there, but lower it down and put my picture where their picture used to be. There. Now it's like all Donald Trump everywhere I look. That's much better. Can you call Barry in here? Barry, what do you think? I just had an idea. Would it be too much of like a theft risk if we do a solid gold statue of me right there on the lawn so I could see it at the Oval Office? and Tabitha kind of like waving at me. Do you think we could do that? Is that within, or is that just too much of a security risk, maybe? Where are we going to get all the gold? There, I leave those kind of details to you. Point is, you go get one way or another, better make it, let's say, about 4,000 pounds of gold. Then, find a gold shaping machine. Then, I could go and you could take a picture of me, or I could stand for a brief amount of time for a modeling. Then use your machine, push it into shape that is me, and then bada bing, bada boom. We get the best people to move it in and put it on the lawn. We make sure it's got a nice solid foundation, something that will last for generations, so that every president, when they're in the Oval Office, they look out the window, they see me smiling and waving at them. Solid gold. That is what's going on in Donald Trump's head. For some reason that I don't think anybody in the world could possibly articulate. Like, you could try to diagnose him as demonstrating various, like, psychological problems or what have you, but I'm sorry, whatever his disease is, seems to be unique to him. He is the strangest fucking idiot in history. Like, who gets so much satisfaction out of seeing his own name everywhere? Like, what in the world could possibly be going on in his head that he wants to make a big arch? I mean, it's like a 6-year-old is in the Oval Office. 6-year-old who just learned recently that Iran was the bad guys. Well, let's bomb. What are you doing, little Donnie? I'm getting the bad guys, Mom. Stop. You please stop that. That's not how we deal with things. Oh, God. Darren, come in here. Can you not talk with Donald, please? What's the matter? Look, I know Iran are the bad guys, but it doesn't mean you just bomb them. You're going to kill lots of innocent people. But I don't like the bad guys. Donald, I don't want to have to take your toy away here, but you're going to need to use it a little bit more responsibly. I can apologize to the Iranians and everything, and hopefully smooth things over, but it's kind of hard when you kill all those people, you know. Who wants to smooth it over? They're the bad guys. You have to do what we say. Donald, I told you he was too young for this. Look, Darren, he really wanted it. How many other kids get to be the president because they really want it? Well, obviously there can only be one president at a time. You're missing the point. He's clearly not ready. It's like when Luke Skywalker left Yoda to go save his precious friends. Well, what should he have been doing? He should have been prioritizing his training. Because he didn't, it all failed and the Empire won. Anyway, those irresponsible parents never ended up taking the presidency away from little Donald. Then they tragically died in a car crash, and now they have no ability to take it away. Why are you meowing at me again? Haven't I watched you enough, mister? Haven't I? You give me your little adorable, like, plaintive meow. Give me your closed-eyed thing. You're a real charmer, mister. A real charmer. I can admit it, you're charming the pants right off of me. So, yeah, you meow for me, come what you eat, and then you want to just stand there and look pretty and confirm that, in fact, I am under your control. All right, I'm under your control. 6-year-old president is not a bad idea. Well, I don't know how much worse it could be than Donald Trump. It's hard to measure horribleness of presidents during the presidency if you're going to ultimately try to measure it on impacts. But like on impact levels, he's clearly not as bad as George W. Bush. But on legitimacy levels, he's even worse. And George W. Bush was horrible on those levels as well. At least he tried to go through the motions of things. And somebody like Obama, who very much validated on legitimacy grounds, had massively negative impacts because of the ACA. The so-called Affordable Care Act, which was disastrously bad policy in any conceivable reckoning, and equivalent in the scope of harm to George W. Bush's ill-conceived, ill-fated Middle Eastern misadventure that he so quaintly termed the War on Terror. And ever since they won that war, nobody's ever been felt terror again. And isn't that wonderful? We went from a world that was consumed with terror, consumed by terror, to a world that is entirely terror-free. Just like the war on poverty rid us of poverty, and the war on drugs rid us of drugs. These important wars mark the cornerstone of American achievement. We've successfully waged wars on poverty, drugs, and terror. Unfortunately, not Iran. Obviously, we did not successfully wage any of those previous wars I was saying about. They're all, instead, abject, indisputable failures in every fucking calculation. And things that never would have happened if people listened to Eric. But do people listen to Eric? No. That's why there are 4 people here, and one of them is my wife. Where should I watch a movie? Netflix, Amazon Prime, or Hulu? Well, let's vote for a horrible user interface and say Amazon Prime. Nothing satisfies a person like a horrible user interface, I find. We've got to pay the electric bill. What day is it today? Let's see. It must be the 18th. I think the due date is like the 18th. That's fine. We'll pay it on Monday. What day is it today? Saturday? Saturday, right? deal with all these practical things tomorrow or Monday or Tuesday. We got a lot of various bills we gotta pay. Never fun, always painful. I really don't like spending money. But there, and it's like I don't. By and large, we do a great job of not spending like things that we don't have to spend money on, because the things we do have to spend money on comprise a large amount of money in total, and they come like monthly this, monthly that. You add them all up. Costs a lot of money to keep a household running, as my dad said before he died to me. Well, that's nothing I'm going to do about that stuff now. I'll do it, like I said, possibly Monday. That's life as a human being, experiencing feelings and stuff. Donald Trump claims he has ended 8 wars this year. Like, what? What in the world? Like, what wars is he talking about? He ended 8 wars this year. I'll have to give it a count. Yeah. It was 8. No, I counted very carefully. What a fucking weirdo. What? That's ragtime? The tempo too slow? Let's see. Well, it was just about Tuesday when I was there. I said, "What you doing inside my hair?" And she said, "I'm looking for juicy grubs." Well, I told her then that that's not a thing that she would find in my hair. But she said, "I'm gonna keep looking anyway." And I'm all like, "What makes you think there's bugs in my hair? Do I look like somebody who has bugs in their hair?" And she's like, "Actually, yes, you do. Exactly like somebody who would have a lot of bugs in their hair." Well, what exactly does that look like? How do you know a person who has bugs, right? Instead of a person who has no bugs in their hair. And she's like, do you really care to know the process? 'Cause it's not something easily mastered. It's got a lot of nuts and bolts and moving parts. And it's like, well, yeah, 'cause how hard could it possibly be to run some sort of checklist to see whether somebody is likely to have bugs in their hair? Stop with the Spanish Inquisition, she said. Just trust me, 'cause I'm an expert in this field. Why don't you just shut up and trust me? And it's like I'm trying to trust you by asking you how I could also do what you do. How you tell me it's true that I have bugs in my hair. I want to know how you knew that even though I don't have bugs in my hair. Alright, fine. I'll tell you. You can always tell when someone's got bugs in their hair. 'Cause they got these beady little eyes. They look at you full of lies. Just like you have. Wow. I never anticipated you had so much animosity from me. Just because I happen to have a lot of bugs in my hair. Oh, I shouldn't have told you that. Oh, aha, she said. I knew it. You do have bugs in your hair. And I'm like, guilty as charged. I guess your method works beautifully, Marge. I don't know if that's your name, but I believe that in fact you knew something about me that's really important. Namely that I have you know what. I think we know what I'm talking about. I have you know what, where, and you know who. That's right. I've got a lot of bugs in my hair. That song is called Bugs in My Hair. I hope you enjoyed it. It's a true story about how I have a lot of bugs in my hair. And this one time this lady came up to me and she's like, you have a lot of bugs in your hair. I tried to deny it for a long time, but then no, Rachel, obviously not. So anyway, I told the lady, no, I don't have bugs in my hair, but I was lying and she saw through it, and eventually I admitted, yeah, I have a lot of bugs in my hair. So that song tells the true story about the time that I had a lot of bugs in my hair. Oh, what a silly song. I don't, just for the record, I don't actually have bugs in my hair. You need to have hair first for that to even be a possibility, really. Hi, Ruben. I like how Rachel asked me if it really was a true story about some lady coming up to me telling me that she could tell I have bugs in my hair.
I didn't hear like the
Really?
whole thing.
No. Not really.
I don't know why I even asked.
Make myself a nice big cup of coffee. Yeah, well, you know, things like that. It's hard to edit them into a shorter in time, and it's a mess in terms of like structure. I was just having fun joking around. Wasn't paying attention like it should be a certain amount of length or anything. It's impossible that I could do both these things concurrently. So it's actually it's like it's one of those live stream gems that's just for the people who hear and some of whom hopefully enjoy it. It's a gem for me because I like making myself laugh with silly stuff like that, and that's the extent of it ultimately, and that's good enough. That's enough reason for me to celebrate that kind of thing, rather than always being all like, no, you gotta turn whatever energy into some kind of impact. Because you're in love with impacts all the time. I'm not in love with impacts. So, impact can just get out of here. What's that? I'm in love with you, of course, but not impacts. And the thing is, I don't dislike impacts. I just don't like.
Okay.
I just don't like impact frames. You know, like say, we should evaluate whether energy has been spent wisely because by measuring total amount of impact per energy spent. Not a fan of that calculation. Probably because if that's the test, I score F minus minus minus.
I came downstairs because I wanted to hang out with you more than watch the movie.
Oh, cool. Glad to have you hanging out with me.
I need to get some like other kind of drink. I'm gonna go through the iced tea like so quickly.
Oh yeah, well, there's bottles of water.
No, I mean the regular iced tea. I don't know. I hate it's like water.
There's this.
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna drink that now, but I feel like we're gonna go through it quick.
Well, we'll get more of it this fine.
Okay.
I'd rather get multiple things of that than have the wheat drinks last longer. You know, 'cause that's a lot cheaper than the wheat drinks. Sure.
Yeah.
So, did I already put half and half in this? I don't think I did.
I don't want to drink the wheat drinks like they're just regular like drinks. I also want to have a purpose when I'm drinking them.
Yeah. Well, it just goes to show you.
What?
The pancakes video is doing really well. Just goes to show you that people want to consume stuff that makes them feel good. And something like, would you be able to tell if your pancakes didn't really have buttermilk in them? Which is actually a thing I was curious about. Like, I've gotten buttermilk pancakes lots of places. I wonder how many of them actually put buttermilk in them. It could be one of those, you know, big scams. Undercover reporting could reveal there's not any buttermilk in these pancakes. but the menu claims they're buttermilk pancakes. And they serve them to day after day to people, and nobody notices they don't have any buttermilk. Well, people in the comments said I could definitely tell if it didn't have buttermilk in it. I don't think I would be able to tell. I'm not really sure what it tastes like. Like, I've never said, say, I had two pancakes here going. One of them buttermilk, one not. Tasted them side by side, and oh, that's what buttermilk tastes like. I don't have any idea what it tastes like. I mean, from childhood, I have tasted buttermilk before. I did not like it at all, but I have no recollection really of what it tastes like, and even if I did, I'm not sure if I'd be able to identify it in a pancake. But lots of people apparently feel that would not be a challenge at all. So maybe it's not likely to happen. Maybe if they're selling them as buttermilk pancakes, they're definitely putting some buttermilk in there, because otherwise a large percentage of the clientele would be like, hey, these are regular milk pancakes. I'm assuming regular milk pancakes replace the buttermilk with regular milk, but I could be wrong about that. I make pancakes, unlike how I'm making bread, I make pancakes using pancake mix that just add water.
It's okay that we got the wheat drinks.
Of course.
I will make them.
Of course. I'm not trying to critique at all. I'm just well, you mentioned the other, I say like, yeah, that's a good idea. Save us a little bit of money. We got a good deal on those wheat drinks too. We could always get it at that price. That'd be fantastic. Kitchen hack, buttermilk hack. 1 cup of whole milk with 1 tablespoon of vinegar. Let it sit for 10 minutes or so. Stir. Are you serious? That sounds fucking disgusting. It sounds like you're just making your milk curdle. That's how you make buttermilk? You take regular milk and put some vinegar in it? That's insane. Had a little bit of a spillage here. Okay. Now I'm going to wash my hands. I'm going to enjoy. Starting to get a little bit hungry. I'm really going to enjoy some bread and butter, I think. I may even splurge a bit and put a little bit of jam on one of the pieces of bread. Conceivable. What's that? Hold on. Wait till I'm done washing my hands. I can't hear you. Say again?
Could you put some jam and butter on mine? That sounds good.
Yeah, sure. Not a problem. Okay. Got this. It's looking pretty good. See, it's looking pretty big compared to what it was. If you remember, it was a lot smaller than this before. Alright, so we're going to deal with this in a way we get as few seams as possible. Okay, just like this kind of part, that's what we don't want. We want it like this, like nice and smooth. We're going to shape it into a loaf. And we're going to try to push all the not smooth parts up and underneath. Okay. Now we'll get the loaf pan. Yeah, this is dough.
Wow, I thought we were on the bread.
What do you mean? This needs to rise 15 more minutes and then we're good to go.
Oh.
The challenge, of course, is to how to get this part airtight without it getting like growing up into the ceramic. So what I need to do to accomplish this is something like this. It's not big enough either. What have I used in the past? In the past, I've used this. Alright, let's try this over here. At this point we can preheat the oven to 500 degrees. And then so we don't want this to touch this thing. So we want it taller than this.
Is there a way that we could like use the rubber band and bubble it?
That's a good idea. I'm just gonna do it like this. This should be fine, hopefully. Higher than that. Oh, god damn it. Yeah. Alright, Alright, this part is challenging, trying to get this thing to be covered so it doesn't get in the air. I need to use one of these things. Open. There we go. Alright, now that we've opened this bag, yeah, like that. Yeah, all the way open. Spread open like that. Okay, now we'll take this over here and we'll put this around this. So
That's totally great.
there. Perfect. Perfect. That works beautifully. Alright, that's ideal. You can't get any better than that. Wow, that worked a lot better than I thought it was going to work. I didn't need to stay up like that and everything. Now I know the technique for the future. That's the way to go. On these,
More of those bags?
no, we got a shit ton of them. We never use them. We don't have any use for that size bag at all. But we have a bunch of them that we never go through accordingly.
Well, that's great then.
Yeah. Alright, 15 minutes on the rise. I'm going to go ahead and I already put 15 minutes for the preheating. So when that goes off, that should be equal to the amount of time it should rise. Might give it another couple of minutes besides that. Get a little bit more risen up. Hi, Acacia. You missed the Oregon Trail, huh? Yeah, you did. This is the real life Oregon Trail that we're living right now. Rachel and I are traveling from now to later. And we do things like rest. Right now I'm hunting. I'm hunting wild bred. And, we like to set our pace instead of grueling to maximally lazy. We never get to Oregon, but we sure do have a good time along the way. Our main goal is let's avoid snake bites, for example. I don't want to get scarlet fever. I don't think Rachel does either. Dixie. Well, it was just around the Tuesday, perhaps Monday or Wednesday, but perhaps it was actually Tuesday. I could not say for sure. Regardless, it was towards the beginning of the week. That's assuming you start on Monday instead of starting the week on Sunday, in which case if it were in fact Wednesday, it wouldn't really be that close to the beginning. Regardless, I was a Tuesday or some such time, and I was walking outside near a lime tree where I saw there were some ripe limes growing there. And naturally I said, who can pass up free limes? I mean, everybody likes limes. And even if you don't like limes, perhaps you like to drink them with Corona. So, naturally I picked a few limes. I said, hooray! And I put them in my pocket and walked away. But that's when all the trouble began. Well, it turns out I was at a lime farm, and the farmer didn't take too kindly to me eating his limes and stealing them from his tree. He came at me, wielding a shotgun. He said, son, you stole some limes. He pointed the shotgun right at my ribs. I said, sir, please, is there nothing I can do to make this better? I've got $1.50 in my sweater. Maybe you'd be cool if I just paid you that. He said, actually, I got another idea. Now listen here. Back at my farmhouse, I got a daughter. Turned quietly into a spinster. Why, she's nigh on 26 years old, with nary a suitor in sight. So here's what I propose. Instead of me shooting you with this gun, you're gonna marry my daughter's son, and then you'll have paid me back for the limes. I said, well, golly gee, it sounds like a shotgun wedding. Everybody likes to have a shotgun wedding. No kind of love is better than that. And then decades later, when the guy had a few kids, he named the first one Lime, and then he said, I'm also gonna name my second and third child's Lime. His wife said, no, the plural child is children. You don't have 3 childs. What's wrong with you? He said, I'll tell you what's wrong with me. I was forced to marry you at gunpoint because I stole a couple of limes. I didn't even realize I was stealing them at the time. And she's all like, well, how could you not have known? You took them right beneath the giant sign that says lime farm here. Nobody take any of these limes. And if you do, you'll have to marry my daughter. It was all on the sign. And so, you know, the guy had to agree that he should have known better. It was on the sign. You know, you could blame the farmer. He went to the trouble of putting a sign up that said all of that. Then you got nobody to blame but yourself.
Drug lord.
He's just sick and tired of people taking his limes.
You gotta be strict, right? Boundaries.
Okay, about 5 minutes remain until the bread goes in the oven. I'm going to apply another trick that I tried for the first time last time before it goes in the oven. I'm going to cut a little slit on top of it.
That was, I think, a good idea.
I think it helps it to not have problem areas. Because, you know, here's the thing. If your bread isn't, like, smooth enough all around, your dough, I mean, when you cook it, it gets these, like, spots of the crust that are like tectonic plates rather than all part of a unified whole. And then when you try to cut it, it falls apart of those spots. So I'm trying to prevent that from happening. One kid needs to be named Tuesday and the other named Regardless. You know what's crazy about the song? It turns out it was actually a Monday the whole time. Much to everyone's surprise.
I only know that in the commentary.
Uh-oh. I have extended the life of this one disposable coffee cup too long. Now it's just falling apart. Leaking coffee onto the counter.
No.
I'm gonna have to just throw it away. It's just I used it too long. It's a disposable cup that I kept refilling with coffee because I like the fact that it had a lid and a sippy thing on it. You know. But those have a limited amount of times of use before the bottom starts to get all soggy. And the other weird thing with it, when that guy actually did meet the farmer's daughter, she was absolutely lovely in every way. He couldn't understand why she didn't have any suitors. And he ended up being extremely grateful to the farmer for forcing him to marry her. So as a happily married couple stayed together for 60 years until he died invariably of lime poisoning. Yeah. So, pretty cool story behind that song, really. Story of a life well lived as significant figures in the lime business. Limers, as they like to be called. tell you though, Paul Newman's limeade has made me quite the lime enthusiast in a way that I don't think you could say I was prior to trying Paul Newman's limeade. Oh yeah, he inherited the lime farm, and you know, a lot of people were saying, "Why don't you diversify, grow something other than just limes?" He said, "Screw you," doubled down, bought more land, planted even more lime trees, and he said, "While we're at it, I'm making everybody in the family get Lyme's disease." That was his commitment to the fruit. Kind of commitment we don't see very often these days. If you went over to his house for dinner, the entire meal, from appetizers to drinks to desserts, was all entirely made out of limes. You start with you know, an hors d'oeuvre, a piece of lime rolled in some lime that had been flattened, and then you have some lime soup. You can have a cold lime soup, which they call galimo, or you can have the hot lime soup, which is the same as the cold one but heated up. Then for the salad, you'd have obviously a lime salad, which would comprise just pieces of lime. They have a little salad dressing on it. Yeah, they use a little oil, vinegar, but also obviously a lot of lime juice. Then for the entree, you'd have whole roasted limes garnished in a reduced lime sauce. Therefore, they did not have people over to eat very often, obviously. But I can happily tell you, none of the family ever got scurvy. They were voted most scurvy resistant family in their whole town. I don't know if those of you guys, if anybody here old enough to remember the great scurvy outbreaks of the 1880s, where huge swaths of the country became infected with scurvy. And that was the time when the lime people really shined, going around town to town with their buckets of limes, saying, "Eat these, it'll relieve your scurvy." People were so grateful. But now hardly anybody even remembers that. Nowadays, everyone's all like lemon this, grapefruit that, oranges. I mean, can we just go back to the olden days when there was only one citrus fruit, the noble lime? We don't need these variations. I guess orange juice is okay. You know what would be better? Lime juice. Obviously. Like lemons are like oranges who decided to become limes and then failed halfway. I think that's fair to say about lemons. Like, why even be two distinct fruits, lemon and lime? Taste pretty similar, but different enough that you could combine it in one soda and call it two flavors? Who are you kidding? 7 Up and Sprite. Lemon lime. We don't need the lemon. You could go straight from orange to lime. You wouldn't be missing anything in between. Obviously, I'm going to give grapefruits a pass. All right. award them membership into the presidential circle along with limes. Because grapefruits are awesome. They get in just purely on merit. Even though they're not really that close in ways to the lime. Really, there couldn't be more different. Grapefruits are large, limes are small. Grapefruits are yellow, orangey. Limes are green. That's the limes, they play the long game. They're like, I'm not going to tell you when I'm ripe. Good luck figuring it out. I'm going to stay green the whole time. Deal with that, motherfuckers. That's one of the reasons I'm a fan of limes. I appreciate their no-nonsense, fuck you attitude towards the world. Oh, you want some lime? Well, you have to take off the peel of this little tiny fruit, and all the pith and seeds, and you get a little bit of lime. How do you like that, motherfuckers? We like it a lot, lime. We like it so much that we take it and they ask for more. You deserve all that effort, because without you, we would have no key lime pie. We'd have to put a piece of lemon in our Coronas. And that's, I guess, about it. Without you, Sprite and 7-Up would have to stop pretending to be something other than fizzy lemonade. Really, those are the only three places I can think where lime exists. Sure, there's limeade, but it's a bit of a specialty product. A lime Ricky. It's a good drink if you ever had one of those. But by and large, limes are treated like a second-class citizen in the citrus world. Obviously, they're better than kumquats. Nobody wants kumquats. Why do they even exist? Pomelos. Who eats pomelos? Nobody. Just get rid of all the pomelo trees and replace it with grapefruits. I'm gonna have some pomelos and kumquats, said nobody ever. Like, only like 4 people here, and naturally one of them is like, actually, I'm a huge pomelo and kumquat fan. That's how things normally go. Well, look what happened. The computer went to sleep, TV went to the screen, and guess what didn't happen? There were 0 planes of music. Thanks, Acacia and Ruben, for finding my remote control, changing the batteries, and stopping that horrible nonsense. Now I know it's true that going forward you're all going to have to live without hearing me complain about it. Yeah, grapefruits are trickery because they don't taste like grapes and they aren't fruits. It's true, grapefruits are actually a tuber. A lot of people don't know that. But number one thing I want to point out at this point is it's pomelos. Like, who would plant a pomelo tree in their yard? Somebody who does not want to eat any fruit, I guess. Because pomelos be cray. I think we can agree on that. Let's check on the bread. Has it risen enough? Has it risen like Jesus Christ? Let's find out. Something pretty good. That should be about the amount of time it's supposed to have. But now, let me just see if I can get out of this bag. Yeah. Wow, that's pretty well risen. So a little bit lumpy and fluff, but I think it's going to be fine. So we're just going to cut a line here. You've got to be kidding me, Trouble. I've watched you eat so much, so often, so recently, that you literally have got to be kidding me. Alright. Put this in here for about 23 minutes. Maybe even 24. Let's call it 23 minutes. And I'll look at it at 23 minutes. Might need another minute or two than that. We'll take a look. You can tell kind of about how brown the crust is. Kumquats or loquats just caused some maggotry in our house. It's horrible. Yeah. Those citrus fruits just need to get out of here. They're useless, pointless citrus fruits that nobody eats because they're not good. Like, I don't remember which variety it is, but one of them is so thick with seeds that just you could pick out like just barely any fruit from it. Like, hey, fruit tree, you're supposed to be doing some kind of deal here. Like, you could eat my fruit and you have to spread some of my seeds. You're not offering anything good in exchange for spreading your seeds, just offering a bunch of seeds. That's not going to win you any fertilizations, or plantings, dissemination of your seed, because you seem to have missed the key point. People need to want to get your fruit because it's good, not because it's full of seeds. But I guess somebody in the citrus industry didn't get the message and said, oh, it's fine if it has a lot of seeds in it. It's not fine. I'm not okay with it, and nobody else should be either. I tell you what is fine, though, are those cotton candy grapes. They did a good job of evolving regular grapes into this crazy tasting cotton candy grapes. Have you guys ever had cotton candy grapes? It's crazy how much they taste like cotton candy. It's like, good job, evolution. Way to finally do something worthwhile. Yeah, they come out at the same time every year. Usually, like, the store will put a big like sign up saying, "Oh, these ones, cotton candy grapes." Why do I keep calling them candy cotton? Cotton candy grapes. They're quite good. But, the thing is, ultimately, I discovered after I kind of binged on them a bit, I think I like regular grapes better as a steady eating snack. I think I prefer the regular grapes. But cotton candy grapes they're sweeter, and they do, as advertised, taste just like cotton candy. So good job, grape breeders. Because the original grapes were like the kind of grapes they make wine out of. These small, seed-filled little things that you couldn't eat. You could only just like make wine out of them. Nowadays, you got these seedless table grapes that are all big and plump. That's the power of horticulture. Grapefruits are a rather recent invention as well. No, they're regular colored. They're not pink and blue. But, we can only ask so much from our horticultural friends. Look, I really like the way that iceberg lettuce stays good in the fridge, like for a super long time. Way longer than you'd think. You always thought horticulture was a funny word. It's a nice word. It feels in your mouth like river stones. Horticulture feels like you got a bunch of river stones tumbling in your mouth. Kind of hard to say. It's kind of like Cordover Street. Cordover Street likes horticulture. So the title of today's lecture is Cordover Street Horticulture and Peculiarity. All those words kind of sound have the same feel to them. Peculiarity is a little bit different though. Like mortuary, mortuarial. Cordover Street Horticulture and Mortuarial Concerns. Today at 10 a.m. in the main lecture hall. Thanks, Rachel. I'm your iceberg lettuce. Thank you. It means I stay good in the fridge for a long time. And you're my can of spam. That means you're a very useful ingredient that you can't really fuck it up that much. A valued a valued member of the culinary team for sure, as is iceberg lettuce. You know what's not a valued member of the culinary team? Asparagus. And do you know why? Because you can keep asparagus for like 2 days max in the fridge, it seems like, before it gets all gross and soft and rotten. You're supposed to put it in fresh water too when you're keeping it. It's like flowers. Get out of here, asparagus. How do I know what I'm going to cook? I'm going to cook you today, tomorrow, next week. I don't know. I got you thinking this would be cool to have as a vegetable. Maybe I'll make steaks and asparagus. I didn't know that you were a ticking time bomb. If I didn't use you right away, you're going to just turn into gross mush in the fridge. So get out of here, asparagus. You're no longer welcome. I'm tired of your rotting ways. In general, things that go bad quickly. I'm Dikembe Mutomboing you. Just, you can get out of my fridge if you're going to go bad that quickly, because I do not know when I'm going to use you. You need to be still good when I do. Freezing asparagus? I've never heard of that. I think that would make it bad. But Heart of Paul, it's good. It tastes like artichoke hearts, kind of. If you ever had artichoke hearts, you can lead a horticulture, but you can't make her think. Yeah, Dorothy Parker. She's quite the pithy writer. Artichoke hearts are good. That's an indulgent thing. Like you could have, you might call it like wine bar charcuterie board that just has like artichoke hearts, olives, hearts of palm. You could do a whole theme like that. You know, you could include watercress as well. Put watercress there. You could have like, obviously you could do some kind of nuts, but you should also have like cranberry craisins, and like little bits of dried apricot or whatever, some stuff like that. That would be a good, I guess you'd call it, preservation themed charcuterie board. Because like olives, hearts of palm, and artichoke hearts, those are preserved foods, I believe. Water chestnuts, yeah. I'm sure water chestnuts are, in fact, totally unrelated to chestnuts. That's my guess. You might say, Eric, it's reckless of you to speculate when you don't know. But I'm going to go ahead and guess anyway that water chestnuts are unrelated to regular chestnuts. Palm olive, oh, you're looking to keep your hands skin good even while you're doing the dishes? The water chestnut is the hero of Chinese cuisine. To get hearts of palm, you have to cut down a palm tree of a certain age and basically take out all the outer parts and get the middle part. Because palm trees are grasses, they're not actually trees. So if you think about an old piece of grass and you peel out the outside of it, and the middle part is tender still, that's what's going on with hearts of palm. If you're imagining it'd be nicer to the tree if their fruit, some of their fruit were hearts of palm. Well, that would be a good adaptive strategy for the palm tree to have so that it wouldn't get chopped down for its heart. I'll just make some of my fruit into hearts of palm. And you can just pick that and then you won't chop me down. But you know, palm trees are dumb. They can't think about stuff as well as I can. They didn't come up with that solution. Artichoke is good, but it seems like you get a lot of work to get a little bit artichoke. How do we make it easier for an INFP to eat a palm heart without feeling as if they have dehearted some innocent palm creature? Well, I think you just tell them that the palm tree died of natural causes. And it had already indicated on its palm tree license that it did want to be an organ donor. Ergo, we are now enjoying that palm tree's final wishes. And in case she eats it, she can quietly hear, "Thank you, I fulfilled my destiny as a palm tree." And she can kind of catch a whisper of its ghost floating to heaven. Right, Palm's love language is having its heart eaten. Kind of, you wouldn't call it an adaptive strategy, but I don't think I've ever even seen hearts of palm for sale at the store. I'm sure they must be, but I've never looked for them, I guess. I've seen art show cards. In the future, people will see harvesting palm hearts the same way that we now see the killing of elephants for ivory. Shocked and appalled will they be about our barbarity. Same place you can find hearts of palm olive. I always find it kind of ridiculous when, like, on Naked and Afraid, they have a hunter and they kill some animal. They go up to its like body and say, like, "Isn't it beautiful? What a beautiful animal! Thank you for your life." Like, I get that it's important to respect the thing you're killing, but it almost feels disrespectful of the person to do that. Like, you just killed the animal. You don't get to enjoy its beautifulness and this is it's like, there are some people on Naked and Afraid who, when they have to kill something, it just they it breaks them. It's like I can't do that, and I have much more respect for that than this ritualized display of some sort of mythology that this person's bought into. Like, I know that if I were on Naked and Afraid, there'd be certain kinds of killing I would not be able to do. I don't even share that information with Winston's mom. Horrible. You've already scarred me. God damn it. Like, I'd be able to harvest fish for a Naked and Afraid, and it wouldn't probably impact me very much. I don't think I could. If I had to kill a turtle, it would be really painful, scar me to some extent. Certain kinds of mammals I'd be fine with. Like, probably I'd be fine with a rabbit. But also, I'd be fine with it provided it were a nice, clean kill. If it involved me having to watch the animal suffer, it would be too difficult for me. I'm too sensitive for that stuff. That's why I am an HSP, what's known as a highly sensitive person. It means that, unlike all of you normies, I'm extremely sensitive to a lot of things. You could say intuitive, you could say genius, you could say a master of soul quest. Anyway, regardless of that, I'm highly, highly sensitive. Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to, but I know somebody has to. Right, and I I think that it's probably not good for anybody to have that job. Nevertheless, I still want to and will eat those animals. I mean those animals I mean, cows, chickens, and pigs. Maybe I'll occasionally eat a little bit of fish, but rarely. I eat the animals that God intended us to eat and that we deserve to eat because we raised them for that purpose. I'm not a believer in eating wild animals. We don't deserve to eat them. We did not raise them for that purpose. Everyone's like, no, I want to go shoot this animal in the wild and eat it. Well, you know what, bro? How about you just leave those animals alone? How about that? I had to tell Leo that the other night. It was middle of the night. He was bothering some animal. He was whoa up and down the street. I had to go up the street and say, Leo, come here. Whatever it is that you're bothering, just leave it alone. He's a good dog. I think he listened to me, but more likely he was just done right at that point on his own. Maybe next time I see him, I'll have the full conversation about why it's not okay to bother wild animals. I can explain to him that if he wants to bother some sheeps, for example, that would be okay. Make them go over here, make them go over there. Forgot to include sheep. Sheep are acceptable to eat as well. I don't want to eat them myself because they're gross, but it's fine to eat those. Wild animals eat other wild animals, even eat tame animals. Well, listen, everybody. I don't care what nature says. I'm the animal police. So last night, Capillo came into the house, and what did she have? A bird. And she let it go, it was flying around in the house. And I had to explain to her, no, you are not going to hurt the bird or the other wild animals. You're going to leave them alone. Cats do not listen to me about this, but my job is to tell them the right thing. It's their job to do it. Sea cucumbers. I mean, why? If you're starving to death or you only have like 5 cents and you need to buy some horribly cheap food, okay, I get it, sea cucumbers, but why would anybody who could conceivably afford any better, I'm surprised by how, I just don't get it. I do not fucking get it. Sometimes I get this loaf and it's all up over the pan sides and big and stuff and nice and fluffy. And sometimes I get this little loaf that's barely up a bit gotten bigger at all. I do not get it. Like, what the fuck am I doing wrong? How could this possibly be? How could this be? Look at this loaf of bread. It should be all over all the edges. What the hell? What the fucking hell? How could I how could, what the fuck? Oh, I'm sure it's still delicious, but what the actual fuck? I followed the recipe as perfectly as it could be followed this time. I mean, what? Maybe I let the yeast proof slightly too long, conceivably. Maybe it wasn't warm enough when it was rising. Maybe it didn't rise long enough the second time. I don't know. I let it rise the amount of time it was supposed to, according to the recipe. So, once again, bread, you prove a worthy foe. I don't know what's going on with that. It's like some malicious bread fairy comes along and, hey, I'm going to prevent it from rising adequately. Well, we'll let that sit there for a second. Cool down for a minute and wash my hands. Get out the butter and jam. You don't want to try to deal with the bread when it's too hot or it's hard to hold and handle, I have this notion, I don't know if it's true, but I have a notion also that if you wait for it to cool down a little bit, then when you cut it, it's a little bit less fall apart. Because one of the problems with this bread, even if it were to come out optimally, it would still be this problem, is that it's hard to cut nice, even pieces. Like, I have no idea how the bread you buy at the store, how do they cut it into those thin slices like that? I can't even cut a thick slice of this without falling apart. But somehow they do it, you know.
Should I take out some butter?
Right, I'll get it. I'm getting it. Thank you for reminding me.
You're welcome. I just know how hard it is when it's like right out in the fridge.
Alright, why don't I soften the butter up? I'm going to soften this up. How? I'm going to soften this up by sticking it briefly in the microwave. Let's go microwave. Everybody's learning how. Come on a microwave with me. Okay. What was the hilarious joke I had right towards the beginning of the mushroom trip / stream? Oh, right. I wrote this like poetry slam style poem called Poverty, and then the character becomes famous through this wonderful representation of social justice imagery and stuff. And then later, the kid comes up to him, he's at some kind of, lecture / talk, and the kid raises their hand and says, "Can you share some of your struggles with poverty in your own upbringing?" Oh, I didn't grow up poor. Poor people can never write good poetry like this. Did you think I was poor? Oh my god, no. Of course not. I like the idea. It amuses me. The idea of like poetry slam poem called Poverty. Like, like poverty. P is for poverty that I feel each day. Over and over again I say. B is the value sapped out of me by E. Everything I do and see. R is for racism that impacts my life. And T is for totally it does. And that sucks. And Y is for yes, I will change this world. Poverty. So anyway, that's the poem that gains like national acclaim for speaking such a real truth. And then the writer. No, that's the whole poem. Then the writer is on. He's on a speaking tour, and somebody says to him, "Can you share some of your own experiences struggling with poverty?" He's like, "Oh, I'm not. I didn't grow up poor. Poor people couldn't write good poetry like this." See, it's a good concept. Anyway. The other thing, of course, is jokes on him and everybody else because that's a terrible poem. I got the big cutting board. I was sizing things up. I was looking at the little cutting board. It was winking at me, but I think the big cutting board is a better choice. Come here, tiny bread. What? How come? I do not understand. You're not meant to understand, right? Is it at least cooked all the way through? Looks like it. Probably could have used another minute or two, but hopefully it's good enough. Yeah, you see it falling apart. Mama Maroni, the Italian kitchen fall apart bread. You try to cut it, it'll fall apart. Why are you fall apart bread? Oh. Oh. How horrible. Alright. Let's try to get a couple of good pieces here. Now how are we going to do this? It'll need to be pretty thick. You see this crust is already a problem. Pretty thick. There we go. We're almost there. Oh God. That's one good piece of bread.
Well done.
Thanks. See if we can get another one. Oh, it's falling apart. This is why you don't want to have these things, right? This tectonic plates on your bread. I'm not quite sure how to get rid of them. I can try to make their distribution more back-centric, but oh God. Just fuck me with this bread. Oh my God. Well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna take out some bread, put it on a plate with some butter and jelly, and not worry about that. So, here's one piece of bread for Rachel. Put some of this butter on it. Whoa, don't go spilling butter everywhere. Whoa. Come on, butter, soak into the bread a bit. You do your part too. Oh. That's fine. Now we're going to put a little bit of the old Gellerino. And get it with this knife. We're going to put it on this bread. Just like, yeah. Okay, and then we're going to try to spread it around a bit better than that, so it's not such an example of half-assery. Just give it a good spread, try to get all the parts covered. Oh. Well, at this point, we're having industrial site accidents with the jam, so we'd probably call that good enough. We're going to start Rachel off with this delicious looking piece of bread. Wouldn't you want to eat this? Yes, you would. And I bet Rachel wants to eat it too. May not be perfect.
I do want to eat it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. But it probably tastes good. Okay, Mr. Spreading Expert. Spread Expert Ruben, as they sometimes call you in the spreading business. I will say, it, as far as being cooked in an oven versus like too doughy, it's cooked well. It's fine.
It's very delicious.
Thanks. So I'm going to, but who knows why, why did it stay so small this time? Sometimes it gets all fluffy and this time no. Why not? So I could not have, whatever I did to cause that, I can't even conceive of it because I tried my best to follow the recipe as it says to do it. I'm gonna put a little bit of jam on this too. So how dare you, bread? How dare you fail so much when I do everything right? I get it when I'm fucking around and the bread doesn't come out very good. That's fine, it's my fault, blah, 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 blah. What about this time, bread? What about this time? I did everything as correct as you could possibly do it. And you still don't come out right? What's up with that? What do you want from me? Oh my god, that's so fucking delicious. Takes me right back to my childhood. Man, that is fucking fantastic. But it's still not what it's supposed to be. You're like a mysterious lover that I can't figure out the secret of. I'm assuming. I've never had such a thing, but I'm assuming it would be like you, Brad. We'll give this a rating of flavor. Hmm. That tastes like it's like the Fertile Crescent, sometimes called the cradle of civilization. I'll tell you, you don't get much more like staple food. People been eating bread and butter for God knows how long.
Right? I was thinking about how far back it goes too.
And the crazy thing is how few ingredients it requires and how straightforward it is. Like, you just need flour, water, yeast, a little bit of butter, a little bit of salt. Yeah, that hardly even counts as ingredients because obviously you always have salt around. If you don't have butter, you could do it with oil. But really, the things you really need to have around just for bread include flour and yeast. That's nice and simple.
Oh, yes.
Flour and yeast and a healthy appetite for something delicious. Go, go, go. Definitely better with the damn. I want to be good and not have any more junk. I'd call that a raging success. You know. There's definitely room to improve on. Plenty of room. That's not how it's supposed to be. You know, it's supposed to be bigger than that.
You did great. Thank you so much for the bread.
You're welcome. You enjoy Gardettos? Anybody else? I have no idea what Gardettos is. That was super good. Also, made me suddenly feel quite sleepy.
Yeah, me too. I'm ready to go to bed whenever you are.
Yeah. Let me play a goodbye song. And then maybe smoke a cigarette and then I'll wrap it up.
meet you in bread then?
Sure. See you there. Let's see. What are we going to sing a song about as a lullaby today? Well, first of all, I have to select a beat. See what the autoplay sounds like. It's hard to do anything in E flat. It's really weird. It's hard to do anything in E flat. It's not a key that I know where it's at. It's difficult because, of course, who plays anything in E flat? It's fine. Which one should be minor for E flat? Is this? And if you disagree, then just try playing an E, and then you'll find out what I'm telling you. E flat's totally different, dude. Can't possibly do two hands. I can hardly do one. Anyway, let me go ahead and tell you the next part. Round about midnight is coming round tonight, and I think we all know what that means. Means it's time for slumber soon, and just like this afternoon, we've got to engender noon before tomorrow. Slumber down, book me a passage for one. Slumber down, you're the only one. That's super hard to play. I cannot play in that key at all. It's too difficult. Who plays an E flat? Nobody. Nope, we're going the wrong direction. Hip hop, huh? I've heard tell about this new genre of music they call hip hop. From what I heard tell, it's the new hot thing that the kids are into. Yeah, the kids are into hip hop. It's the hot new thing. I said the kids are into hip hop. It's the hot new thing. Yeah, the kids are into hip hop. It's the hot new thing. Yeah, the kids are into hip hop. It's the hot new thing to break dance into. kids are into hip hop. It's the hot new thing. Yeah, the kids are into hip hop. It's the hot new thing. Yeah, you want to do hip hop. You don't need to sing. Cause the kids are into hip hop. It's the hot new thing. Oh yeah. Well, the kids are into hip hop. It's the hot new thing. Everybody knows what's going on. It's how to swing. Yeah, the kids are into hip hop. It's the hot new thing. Everybody wants to go along and they've forgotten how to sing. Cause you know the kids are into hip hop. It's the hot new thing. Come on, everybody. You don't want to be on the cold. You don't want to be on the old. You don't want to be the wrong kind of thing. You want to be the thing that's the hot new thing. So come along and sing, sing, sing. Cause the kids are into hip hop. It's the hot new thing. Yeah, the kids are into hip hop. It's the hot new thing. I said the kids are into hip hop. It's the hot new thing. Yeah, the kids are into hip hop. You can hear them sing. Alright.
So mean.
A super long time ago, the kids was into big band and so they listen to some orchestrated stuff put on by some guy and his assemblage of fellows. But these days, not so much. The kids have different tastes and they recently discovered something that's important and they will tell you about it every day. They'll say, listen to what I heard on hip hop today. Yeah, cause the kids are into hip hop. It's the hot new thing. Yeah, the kids are into hip hop. The hot new thing. Yeah, the kids are into hip hop. It's the hot new thing. Alright, the kids are into hip hop. It's the hot new thing. Alright. Thank you, thank you. They call being caught up with the times, you know. A lot of you guys may not even heard of this genre yet, but I've always been a bit of a curve surfer, as they say. Which is why I know that the kids are in hip hop. It's the hot new thing.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to smoke that cigarette that I mentioned earlier that you may recall me talking about. I thought that was a pretty good song. I liked it. I'll give it a 4 out of 10. Okay. Alright. I'll give it a 6 out of 10. I like the chorus. I like that main thing. There's some good bits of other parts too. They're okay. Yeah, I'll give it a 7. But you know, I try to keep my standards high and my self-scoring low. Unless I'm feeling in the mood. In which case, Eric, genius. Once again, you've attained ultimate genius. Sometimes I'm in that mood. That's a good mood to be in. Probably, if I'm in that mood, I'm tripping pretty hard. Which doesn't necessarily mean I'm wrong, just because I'm tripping hard. Anyway. Because some things I come up with on mushrooms are absolutely fantastic and deserve my lauding them with great praises. Other things, not so much. But I don't think there's any disputing the fundamental. That's an elegant bit of comedy. An elegant bit of comedy, indeed. It's important that I take enjoyment in admiring the things that do come together and manifest, because I have so many things that don't. But I don't feel discouraged by that fact. Not right now, anyway. Not these days. I actually feel quite encouraged by my progress. Very pleased with the final product for Ain't Nothing Funky. I think it came out sounding really good. It's like, maybe there's some quality about it still that makes it obvious that it's not like a production that professional has done. It's so tricky. And it's tricky to distinguish the art of production from the art of music making sometimes. Like Saint Motel, I saw this video one time of them like playing an acoustic set. Really struck me at that point, like how much of them sounding good had to do with production. That they sounded quite thin when they were just playing live, and like, the quality of the songs just didn't come out nearly as much. But of course, they have a specific kind of production style or aesthetic. They frequently kind of musically reference James Bond style stuff. They like that tone on the guitar that they have in those old James Bond movies. And it's really like it's instantly resonant as like both, I guess, just archetypally indicative of that and also referential to it. Really smartly done production. But like smart ideas too, lyrically, conceptually with the song, like You're Just My Type. This song sounds like some some lecherous 70s. The song sounds like Jack Tripper's friend who was always trying to get at chicks. And the lyrics also work accordingly. Like, you're just my type, you got a pulse and you were breathing. It's a nice conceptual package, works well as an eye hole. Same with this track, A Good Song Never Dies. It's kind of reminiscent of like You Only Live Once or some other James Bond title. And the song has a lot of, I guess, allusions to that kind of stuff in its tones and somewhat in its structure, like, but anyway, it really comes together as a whole as well. And it perfectly proves its lyrics point. A good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time it made you, yeah, a good song never dies. Well, that thing gets stuck in your head, and it's also the case that that song will never die because it's a good song. And when you package all that stuff together, that's quite an artistic accomplishment. It's quite the pièce de résistance. Very impressive stuff. Same Hotel has a limited number of good songs. They're doing great for any random band, but they're not a resource that I can go back to and expect whatever they come out with next to be good at all. I mean, it'll be fine, but it won't be good. We're good enough to listen to. Well, that was a nice, refreshing cigarette. And boy, oh boy, I just flew in from Detroit, and boy, are my arms tired. Hi, future Typology. You're here just for the closing moments of the stream here. I'll probably stay a couple minutes longer, pull a bowl or two, but I'm wrapping things up right now. It's been a great time, I'd say. It's like I had a nice mushroom trip today. Nothing got too unhinged. You went out and got smashed on tequila, huh? Good for you. Good for you. You've guaranteed yourself that you will be tasting tequila for the next 48 hours. Everything will taste like tequila. You wake up in the morning, you have your first fresh breath of air. It'll taste like tequila. When you have eggs and bacon for breakfast, it will also taste like tequila. Dinner, you'll think for a moment that it's gone. And then you'll have some steak and it'll taste like tequila. So, by the end of the 48 hours, you'll say, I'm not ever drinking tequila again. That's how it works. And then, of course, you will drink tequila again. This is how it works with tequila. Okay, some people say tequila has the worst hangover. I don't necessarily agree with that. I'm inclined towards gin has the worst hangover. But tequila's up there. Tequila's up there, probably second place in my mind after gin. And if you just drink like Tanqueray or Bombay Sapphire, you're fine. As soon as you start dipping into the beef eater, forget about it. Just forget about it. You watch a show with Tila Tequila and it smells like tequila. A gin hangover is true. It's like being held at alcohol gunpoint. Yeah, it doesn't come with the slow half life taste and smell tequila thing that tequila does, but it has its own misery for sure. You're like, I forgot my rule. If I can't afford extremely fancy gin, do not drink gin. I don't know, like you drink just Bombay Sapphire, it seems like you just end up with a regular hangover. And if you want to avoid getting hungover more or less at all, all you need to do is drink super expensive wine all the time. If you drink super good wine, it doesn't seem to get you hungover. But who can drink super expensive wine all the time? Nobody, except fancy people. There's definitely a genie in that gin and tonic, Ruben. It's the genie of bad decisions.
Gee, bad decision.
Yeah, the genie of bad decision lives in gin and tonics and comes out and says, I will grant you 3 gin wishes. You go, okay, well, wish number 1 is like 4 or 5 more of these gin and tonics. Wish number 2 is, you know what? I need to go tell that person over there this thing. Because I've had just about enough of no, no, no.
Can I give you your pink kiss?
Of course, darling. I am a little bit of a gummy lip right now, so hopefully.
I didn't notice.
Yeah, this happens when I have like cotton mouth, plus starting to get chapped lips a little bit.
I hear you.
I should put some Vaseline on them before bed.
That's a good idea.
Vaseline. That's how it's technically pronounced, but nobody calls it that. Vaseline. Oh, trouble. Lying there like a little Roy Calhoun who wants mommy's pets. Yes. You're a good boy living in Reseda. Ruben, I'd say that's probably bad advice. That's the leading cause of slip and fall injuries. People vaselining their floors. They think, oh, this is a good idea. It's going to make it all shiny.
Oh, yeah.
But then, whoop, they go. Slipping and sliding away. They finish covering the floor with Vaseline. They go in the other room. They put on their bowling shoes. Walk back in the kitchen and bada bing, bada boom, you got a slip and fall injury. So I ask you, sir, to be a little bit more responsible in your advocacies. You might as well just be saying, hey, you know what? We should just leave banana peels on the floor. That's a good way to get rid of all of our banana peels. You know how we have so many banana peels to deal with? Yeah, I've got a good idea. Let's just leave them on the floor. Well, you're a real busy Vaseliner, huh? in between all surfaces and make contact with other surfaces. So, like between the bottom of your keyboard and the table, for example, it's more or less over, Nikki Poo. I'm about to go to bed. Um, I don't know if that counts as studious, though. You're not really studying anything. I think you mean like fastidious or vigilant or thorough. Your armpits. Also, elbow pits right here. Don't forget your elbow pits. Oh, you're studying it. You're not just doing it, you're studying it concurrently, huh? Well, sometimes they say the best way to learn is by doing. This might be one of those times. Right now, for me, the best way to learn is to pull this bong rip and then I'm fighting it for no reason, but I am going to have to go to bed. I am so tired. It's as though Jesus himself came down, covered my head in a tiredness halo, and said, "Go, my child, rest, sleep, renew for the coming day. For in the morning you shall rise, as I did, several days after my death." I said, "Wait, does that mean I'm going to die during it?" "No, you're taking me too literally. Listen, just go to sleep. Know that I am here. Is it because you're going to take my soul to heaven when I die?" "No, you're not going to die, okay? Just go the fuck to sleep." "Sorry, Jesus Christ." "Yes, I am. So maybe you should stop giving me lip." And that's how my exchange with Jesus went. I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, maybe a 5. Could have gone better. Well, how was I supposed to know what he wanted from me? What am I, some sort of Jesus expert? For those who have faith, all can be experts in Jesus. Well, what if they disagree with each other? They're still all experts in my heart. I hate to be a fly in the ointment. What is it this time? Like, some of the people might be saying bad things, though, right? Like, are they all... You know what? No more from you, okay? We're going to finish this meeting without hearing any more from you. Where was I? Everybody in my heart. You know what? Forget it. I don't even want to give this speech. I'm not super high, no. I'm mostly tired. Could say I'm high on people loving each other. I'm high on understanding and tolerance. I'm high on the values we all share. I'm high on America. It'd be nice in an ideal world if we, not be attacking Iran. That'd be cool. I'd be fine with that. But I guess that's not up to me. Deciding that stuff is somebody else's job. I'll just not worry about what's not my job. I should play guitar again. Yeah, maybe I'll play one more guitar song before we go. It's another good way to continue to procrastinate the inevitable going to bed. Poser, proper inhale at least. Gee, are you serious? Are you seriously critiquing my bong rip? We call it technique. I pulled that bong rip just fine. There was nothing wrong with the way I pulled it. What a silly boy you are. Yeah, you're smoking your bong hits wrong. Oh, for the love of goodness sakes. I'm not smoking my bong rips wrong. What a silly thing to say. Well, it's genuinely very silly. Okay. This one's in honor of you, G. I'm going to transubstantiate this bong rip from my lungs to your head. Okay. Oh, wow, wow, wow. What have we here? What have we here indeed? It's a good question. What do we have here? Let's see. What would be a good song to play? What would be a good song to play? This thing's grossly out of tune. El Nino, my ass. You call the storms. Where is the rain? Those drizzles don't count. I drizzle more. Will it be in the sink? Which is just the right height to catch all of the undesired splatter. Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, won't you drop it from the bottom? Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. I didn't play that great, but it was fine enough, I guess. Kind of a hard song to play, weirdly. Even though it's so simple. Anything else I want to play? Yeah, I'll play this song. This is pleasant to play. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you, and you'll want to know the way to get back out to wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, though departedly. And I wonder if I ever see them again. Bum-ba-dee-da, da-da-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-dee-da, na-na-na. Bum-ba-dee-da, da-da-da-da, bum-ba-dee-da, na-na-na. That's a good song. It's a nice song. Plays nice and easy. Plays nice and easy. Just like your mom. Here's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. Horrible, because he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. Yeah, up to there. Then, until the bridge brings a new approach, sneakily he'll try to encroach up on the guilty den. Perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. I break his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. Well, it's good to practice that because obviously I had a little problem remembering part of it there. So. Oh, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them. That's how it goes. That's fine. I remember it well enough. Oh, guitar. I've been playing you for such a long time. You and I go way back. We've had some good times together. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, trouble still to come. Day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night. And mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to stop your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten noise is sort of based on what I see and also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, trouble still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Something to say. Wow. That is quite a composition. Kind of hits me fairly often when I play that. Wow. That's such good songwriting. Like, well, the thing that trips me out is the rhythm guitar. The pattern of it. Like, it's not like a thing that I remember ever coming up with. Just kind of, I'm not even sure how that happened. But, you know, like this drumming pattern on the guitar adds adds a lot to the song, the way it interacts with everything. I don't think I normally ever really write songs with that level of complexity, including the strumming along with the chord changes and stuff like that. That's it's a really complete song. Hmm. How do you feel about that, Eric? Sure. Feel emotions, feelings of some sort. Not really sure what I think about it. I gotta go to bed. I don't wanna go to bed. Eric, you're tired, dude. Go to bed. But I don't wanna go to bed. I know you don't wanna go to bed, but this one. Gerald, I don't know. Gerald had enough. Is that what it is? That's his name? No. Wait. Carl. Carl's had enough. Carl's had enough. He's had enough about this ID. He's Carl, and he has a radio calling show. It's all about solving problems. Anyway, he doesn't like that the International Delight is stealing his solvency thunder. He doesn't believe the International Delight should get as much credit as he does. And the people aren't paying as much attention as they should to him, Carl, who has a radio show on the Nard, one of Oxnard's classic rock stations. And, as the song indicates, he has had enough. He's had enough about people talking to him about the International Delight, reading the headlines. It's all about the International Delight everywhere you look. remember my first time smoking weed, going to parties, being on Dexedrine, back when I was very young and everything had whimsy. Yeah, well, I'm proof positive that maybe, you know, one's capacity to do these things may diminish as one gets older somewhat, but I think I'm a good demonstration of the fact that 54, I can still bring a package full of whimsy to any party. And that package full of whimsy will be whimsical itself, outside of the whimsy within. And that we can all dance and sing in delight. But it is true that my constitution is not as good as it used to be. I need to rest more, drug less. That should be the sign on my wall. Rest more, drug less. I'm a pretty good guitar player these days. Not too bad, anyway. You know, it's not like being good at the guitar as like an instrument player really has much of any value, but it does have value to be good enough to execute things as I want to execute them. Alright, we're gonna go outside and we're gonna have one last cigarette. And then, for really though, I'm shitting you not, and everybody who thinks I'm shitting you just needs to stop thinking that right now. Because after this cigarette, we are going to, can you guess what the answer is? The thing I'm talking about? We will be going to bed. That's right. And what will you be doing there when we get there? Why, we will be sleeping. We're going to get into bed. We're going to give it the old, feels good to get into bed. Right, roll around, lie on my side. Take me away to Slumber Town. Magical train of rest. The restfulness train comes through, picks you up, but don't worry, it's not like a regular train. It's your own private train, so you don't have to deal with other people's grossness. And instead of having this kind of bathroom where they store all the poop and pee so they get to the station, it just drops it right out on the track. So you don't have to worry about your train car being stinky. Also, it doesn't move around like a train does. It feels like you're not even moving, it just feels perfectly still. You don't get motion sick on the Slumber Town Express. It's got James Earl Jones as the conductor of it, offering you reassuring words in a deep voice. Don't worry, you can enjoy this cigarette. You simply need to get a match. I have a match, James Earl Jones. You need to get the book from which the match came. Fair enough, James Earl Jones. Fair enough. James Earl Jones was right. I did need to get the box to strike it on. You've done well. Thanks, James Earl Jones. Why? He is such I got so lucky in a guardian angel or whatever department. Oh, this match went out. The last match from this book. I have to go back inside to get another box of matches. Are you serious though? God damn it. Alright, fine. Ridiculous. Alright. I got a light. I don't think I even brought my drink out here with me. God, could it be any more of a dumbass? Anyway, I do have my glasses with me this time. Also, could these matches be any more bare minimum? Like, it's barely enough stuff on it to just barely get started. How is it going? Asks Bob. It is going fine. I would say better than bad, worse than fantastic. Somewhere in the Netherlands between those places. I guess you could say I'm doing better than Iran is, but worse than Norway. A man lives most his life between Iran and Norway. So the old saying goes. It means, obviously outlier points of extreme highs and lows are indeed outlier points. So that's why you have to live between some country in between Iran and Norway. It could be worse than Iran. It could be like North Korea. I'm assuming there's a right now component to it. Anywho, what country would I be right now? I'm gonna go with like Ireland. I'm doing fine. The population is a rumbling about the new tax on alcohol apparently. But I'm not about to get bombed or anything. Unlikely to threaten anytime soon in any major global athletic competitions, but probably won't super embarrass ourselves. Ireland. Obviously, on one hand, you get free Irish Spring soap. On the other hand, you got to deal with leprechauns. On the one hand, St. Patrick's Day. On the other hand, potato famine. It's a mixed bag being Ireland. Mixed bag. On the one hand, fuck you, England. On the other hand, what's up, Northern Ireland? Are you really a distinct place, even? All questions we have about Ireland. Hey, Ireland, what's up with your so-called Irish Sea? What makes that part of the ocean Irish? It doesn't look green to me. Hey, Ireland, guess what? Your Blarney Stone doesn't even work. There are many people who kissed the Blarney Stone who've never gone back to Ireland. So maybe you should quit with the fraud. How about that? Also, nobody's buying all those fake Irish accents you guys are doing. We all know that deep down you talk with an English accent. You're just putting on airs and try to be different. So yeah, I'm feeling kind of like Ireland right now. That's how I'm doing. Yeah, it's a mixed bag. Being Ireland. But apparently, if you're in Ireland at McDonald's, they always have shamrock shakes, and you're required to drink one with every meal. I was surprised to learn that too. Also, they only eat a regular amount of Lucky Charms, not any more than Americans do. That surprised me. You would think they'd eat more Lucky Charms, but just a regular amount. Other interesting facts about the Irish. You know that for every 10 four-leaf clovers in Ireland, 9 of them are fakes? It's true. There's a huge black market in producing counterfeit four-leaf clovers for an always voracious population of buyers on the hunt for some good luck. The crazy thing is, studies have shown the counterfeit four-leaf clovers actually improve luck 14% more than the real ones. Authorities are at a loss for what to do. We've got to put a stop to these cheap Chinese four-leaf clover counterfeits. That's what they're saying.
But you're just a baby.
That's what they're saying in Ireland town. That's right, darling. It is because I'm just a baby.
Yeah.
That's why I'm resisting going to bed so much, even though I'm super tired. Well, that's true. There's a luck rebound if you lose your four-leaf clover / rabbit's foot. Or a horseshoe, another lucky thing. An unbroken mirror is a lucky thing, I guess.
Can I give you a kiss? I love you.
I love you too, darling. It's like, in a movie, maybe like the war guy takes out this folded picture of his sweetheart. Here it is, my lucky photo. Sweet Margarine. Ain't she a beauty? This picture keep me safe through 4 tours of duty. I just tuck it in here. And, got a little bit later to seeing to get on the airplane. Running to get on the airplane. And he's like, come on, get on. I can't find my picture. Where's my sweet picture? And he gets on anyway. Of course, he's a casualty in that affair. The enemy shoots up the plane a bit. Most of the crew survive. Everybody makes it home pretty much, except poor Guernsey. Guernsey took the bullet, and in the end, it cuts back to his bunk, and there's that picture sitting right there on his pillow. He forgot it this time. It cost him his life. You broke a mirror once when the voices were bad. It's weird. It was like delayed. The mirror rang for a couple seconds super loudly. Then after a few seconds, it shouted. It didn't immediately shatter. Well, it was trying to make up its mind. Shatter, no shatter. I got some good news for you and everybody else. Those kinds of superstitions aren't true. If you break a mirror, it doesn't mean anything. If you walk under a ladder, it doesn't mean anything. So don't need to worry about that. It's also the case, it doesn't matter if you step on a crack, you still will not break your mother's back. Despite what they say, do not trust them. They're lying to you. What else is not true? It's not true that earwigs will make you deaf. We want to tell you that, but it is not true. It's not true that Chinese people have two hearts. Okay? I don't know who's been filling your head with these lies, but that is not true. They have the same number of hearts as anybody else, however many they want. So, with that, sitting here in the dark, just about to fall asleep, I'm at long last going to turn off the live stream, resign myself to a fate of slumber that is long overdue. Good night. Thank you for being here. I love you all. I'll see you next time. The end.